Good morning and Hoki Tansi, and welcome everybody. I hope everybody got a lot of sleep over the weekend, as you may not get it till this Friday, hopefully sooner, but we'll say up till this Friday. So thank you everyone for being here today. Madam City Clerk, if I can please start with a roll call.
Mayor Higgin. Councillor Campbell.
Present.
Councillor Carlson.
Here.
Councillor Croson.
Present.
Councillor Dodick.
Present.
Vice Chair Middleton Hope.
Present and all in.
Councillor Palladino.
Present.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Parker.
Present.
And Mayor Higgin.
Present.
All present.
So I call this Economic Standing Policy Committee meeting to order. And I'll start off with the acknowledgement statement. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people, past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationships to the land. The City of Lethbridge is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. I do have an adoption of the agenda, moved by Vice Chair Middleton Hope. Be it resolved that the agenda of the Economic Standing Policy Committee meeting on November 14th, 2022 be adopted as presented. Madam City Clerk, are there any changes?
Yes, Mayor Higgin, there are a lot of changes to this agenda that was once provided on October 18th, and I'll just take a minute to give everybody a rundown of what's happened. On November 8th, there was updates to the agenda, and this included C71, C8, N14, N27, N31, and 32. And that was electronic. That was updated on the agenda. And also yesterday there were updates to N37 to N65. Today there are additional amendments, and that would be to C8 and N10. And if I have your permission, I'll hand those out.
Perfect. All right. With that, are there any questions? Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for that. For those of us operating with the online versions, those just were magically replaced them, correct?
Yesterday, okay, so on the 8th, the first batch was replaced. Yesterday, N37 to N65 were replaced electronically. In paper, you had them. And then when we break sometime today, we will do the updates to C8 and N10 if you amend the agenda.
Thank you for that. My question is it possible for those of us who've only operated online, can't see any changes? We just suddenly, it's a brand new sheet and I can't recall what was changed. Oh, so is that possible that I can get the old version and the new, or a quick update on what was actually changed in them?
Sure that we can do something for you. City Treasurer, did you want to add anything?
To Councillor Carlson, I believe the way it was put on there, and I'll just confirm with Mr. Westison and as well too, but I think actually all those updates from yesterday's that had it were a separate package on the agenda. You'll see it as an amendment piece. So the original book that you had would be the same on your online, and then there's a whole nother package that has all the ones that has the get the numbers here right.
That would be N37 to
N37 to N65, yeah.
Okay.
I can come over and show you too. If you
The problem is, as acting mayor? Yeah. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel mentioned, if I wasn't using Agenda to Go, I was just using the online, and it looks like they've just been replaced. So
They were replaced on Tuesday, and that's with the C71, C8, N14, N27, N31 to N32. So those were replaced on Tuesday. If you do want the original, we will get it for you.
if I could, just so I can see, unless it was just minor. I noticed in some of them it was just adding some verbiage. I could recall, but in some I couldn't tell if numbers had changed.
Councillor Carlson, when they come up, I believe that finance will explain what the changes were from
Perfect.
original.
Perfect, thank you.
yes, we can do that.
With that, I see no further questions, and so I'll turn it over to Councillor Middleton Hope.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. Are there any other discussions that we need to have in regards to getting this ball rolling?
What? It'll be coming. Great, okay. So,
Adoption of agenda, so
adoption of the agenda is now the call of order. So,
question has been called on the adoption of the agenda. All in favor? Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Well, that's a
Councillor
good
Park.
start. That is a very good start. All right. Excuse me. So, good morning, everyone. Viewers in the gallery and those watching online, members of the media, members of administration, and members of Economic Standing Policy Committee. Today's economic meeting is the first day of a scheduled week-long deliberation of the city's operating budget for 2023 to 2026. It'll be a week of intense debate and discussion, as I'm sure you're well aware. It will culminate sometime this week with a recommendation to Council on November 29th to adopt an amended operating budget for the next 4 years. The process of operating budget development started almost a year ago. Council spent time planning and establishing its action plan. The strategic focus areas and goals in the plan have formed a basis for the budgeting planning process that has occupied most of this year. Since then, there's been many meetings and events that have brought us to this point. We are ready to make decisions on the 2023 to 2026 operating budget. I'll go through some of these, so bear with me some of the timelines here. March 16th, Economic SPC received a process overview presentation related to the 2023 to 2026 operating budget. March 24th, Community Engagement Communications Plan for the operating budget was presented to Governance SPC, which was approved by City Council on April 5th. June 23rd, IPSIS Community Survey results were presented to Governance SPC, which were then received as information by City Council on July 5th. August 17th, the launch of the online budget engagement website and the online budget allocator tool. September 26th, community groups presented to the Economic SPC their budget initiatives for 2023 to 2026. September 27th, City Council received detailed presentations on the utility budgets for 2023 to 2026. September 28th, the boards and commissions, including the Galt Museum and Archives, Lethbridge Public Library, and the Lethbridge Police Commission, presented their 2023 to 2026 draft operating budget. We also heard budget presentations from the Chinook, Arch Library, and the YMCA for the operation of the ATB Centre. October 18th, the draft operating budget document was presented to Economic SPC. On this day, we also received a Budget 101 presentation and detailed presentations from administration on the proposed budget initiatives for this time, 2023 to 2026. There's also submission to Economic SPC on the operating budget community engagement results, the What We Heard report. October 19th, Economic SPC heard a budget presentation from Volunteer Lethbridge. November 8th, Economic SPC received a submission from administration regarding responses to questions on fee-for-service initiatives. We also had many opportunities over the past few months to discuss the draft operating budget with people throughout the community. So much engagement over this year. This brings us to today and the draft budget we have before us. The base budget, as presented in the draft operating budget, requires an average property tax increase of approximately 3.77% a year for 4 years. There are also several new initiatives included in the draft budget book for our consideration. A new initiative is a proposed change or enhancement to city services. Each new initiative must receive a positive vote by Economic SPC before it will be included in the budget. The new initiatives included in the draft budget are organized by the following groups. The Cs, so this is the council requests that have been referred to budget deliberation meeting. Each of these have been sponsored by a council member. Then we have city departments. And last, initiatives from boards and commissions and community groups for grants and fee-for-service. The proposed funding sources are included on the new initiative sheets along with initiatives' proposed budget. As the Economic Standing Policy Committee Chair, I, along with the City Clerk, will be keeping our meetings on track to ensure all initiatives have the opportunity to be debated. And I promise I will give times for the bio breaks. And to just... Over the next several hours and days, we'll be reviewing additional information from administration regarding the draft budget. During this time, we'll also have opportunity to ask questions to ensure we have the information that we require. At the conclusion of these presentations, Economic SPC will be prepared to begin the process of finalizing the budget through resolution and debate. We'll break for half an hour for lunch. The meetings will recess around 4:30 each day and reconvene the following day at 9:30 and continue each day until we have completed the agenda. We have set up from Monday to Friday. If this does carry forward, we will, but I'm hoping we've got the time this week to be able to get through this. So, Mr. City Manager, I'll now hand the time over to yourself to introduce and present this budget.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, members of the Economic Standing Policy Committee. It's my pleasure to present the 2023 to 2026 draft operating budget to City Council. The goal of the operating budget process is to provide economic SPC and ultimately City Council with the financial and qualitative information required to be able to deliberate and approve a 4-year operating budget by December 2022 for the years 2023 to 26. To your earlier points, Mr. Mayor, planning for the budget deliberations requires months of preparation from the executive leadership team, general managers, finance, and corporate performance. Our general managers were challenged to plan operating activities over a 4-year time frame and develop a base budget document that reflects our current services and the revenue requirements necessary to deliver those services for the next 4 years. In addition, several new program initiatives have been submitted for your consideration. At the direction of the previous City Council, we delivered 3 consecutive years of 0% municipal tax increases to help minimize the financial impacts of the pandemic. In addition, in 2019, Council approved a 1.82% municipal tax increase, which was the lowest tax increase in the last 20 years. As you know, a 0% tax increase is not sustainable for maintaining our existing levels of service, and City Council is going to have some extremely tough decisions to make. The documents that have been prepared consider how best to balance maintaining the quality of life for Lethbridge residents with the financial implications of raising taxes. With that, I'll pass it over to our City Treasurer, Daryl Matthews, to introduce the draft budget, followed by a presentation on the September operating forecast. Thank you.
Good morning, members of SPC and through Mr. Mayor. Thank you for having me here today. First, I'd just like to start off a little bit of an overview of the process we've gone through. So the Economic Standing Policy Committee received the 2023 to 26 draft operating budget on October 18th. At that time, administration provided a presentation on the significant pressures faced by departments to run their current level of service in the upcoming budget that have been added to the base budget. This includes operating cost pressures for the capital improvement program, inflationary pressures, external pressures, and community growth and asset maintenance pressures that have resulted in average base budget property tax increase of 3.77% per year for 4 years. 2022 has seen an unprecedented increase in inflation rates. Similar to citizens and businesses, the city operations are affected by these inflationary pressures. Examples include increase in contractual services, utility costs for electrical, natural gas, water, costs for city facilities would be examples, and also insurance increases. In general, to maintain an existing service levels, tax rates should at minimum meet inflation rates. As the city manager noted, over the last 3 years, the City of Lethbridge has maintained a 0% municipal tax increase to minimize the financial impacts of the pandemic. However, over the last 3 years, the average inflation rate has been 3.43% per year, or 10.3% cumulatively. The City of Lethbridge was one of the only municipalities to have a 0% tax increase for 3 consecutive years during this period. What we have seen across Alberta is most of the municipalities increased their property tax rates in 2022 due to inflationary community growth and external operational pressures. Additionally, we are hearing so far from other municipalities that there is a range of 3% to 9% for property tax increases in 2023. A number of these municipalities have noted that they are looking at multiple years of 4 to 5% tax increases to maintain existing levels of service. With the unprecedented increase in inflation, having the 2019 to 2022 tax rates well below inflation levels, as well as external pressures from other levels of government, the backlog for absorbing community growth during the 19 to 22 budget cycle, estimated growth of expansion of the city's footprint over the next budget cycle to maintain current levels of service, and ensuring the organization has sufficient funding to maintain existing assets, As the city manager noted, keeping a 0% tax rate increase is not feasible to maintain the existing levels of service. As previously noted, the base budget as presented in the draft operating budget requires an average property tax increase of 3.77% per year over 4 years. As noted by the mayor, there are also several new initiatives included in the draft budget book for economic SPC's consideration. All of the initiatives that require ongoing funding if all of them require ongoing funding were approved by council, they would require an average tax increase of approximately 2.3% per year for the 2023-2026 period. So that's an additional on top of the 3.77%. Administration will track, going into process-wise, administration will track the approval of initiatives as amendments to the base budget. This will be tracked through the use of the Economic SPC decision tracking tool that will track the average annual change in municipal property tax bill and the average annual per single residence as decisions are made and displayed on screen for members of Economic SPC. In regards to the process over the next few days, as noted by the mayor, and members of Economic SPC will be reviewing additional information from administration regarding the draft budget, as well as begin the process of finalizing the budget through resolution and debate. This includes receiving the 2022 operating forecast that provides council the amount of one-time allocations, new council initiative presentation, and budget inquiries, and new initiative debate. At the end of this week, it is anticipated that Economic SPC will make a budget recommendation to approve the budget to City Council on November 29th. These timelines are required in order for the City Council to approve the 23 to 26 operating budget by December 31st, 2022, so the 2023 property tax bylaw can be passed. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge all the hard work by staff in preparing the information for budget deliberations. As the city manager mentioned, this budget is the result of many tireless hours from numerous staff. I would like to personally thank Mitch Stevenson and Shauna Kennard for the coordination of the budget process and the draft 23 to 26 operating budget book. I would also like to thank Lorene Russell, Jennifer Derrick, Jennifer Jarrett, and Chantal Alban-Rollo, and our hardworking financial and admin managers and their accounting techs, as well as the corporate performance team for the work on the information in this book. Finally, I would also like to express my thanks to the directors and general managers and their teams for the work throughout this process. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Broderick and Mr. Matthews. Appreciate that, and thank you very much to the staff. This has been a long time coming, as I'm sure you'll be as happy as we are come this weekend with the many hours that you've put into this. So thank you to you and your team that has already been mentioned. Thank you very much for that. Committee, there was no written submissions or requests to speak from the public at today's regarding today's items, but I will ask, is there any member of the public that wishes to speak on the September 2022 operating forecast? And I'll ask a second time, is there anyone who would like to speak on the 2022 operating forecast? And for the last time, is there anyone in the gallery that would like to speak on behalf of the operating 2022 forecast? With that, I'm sorry, Daryl. Now, prior to that, and I'm sorry, we do have to take a quick break, and I know we just started this. My apologies to my colleagues, but there is a Métis fly grazing, so we're going to take a quick break here at 10 o'clock. And I'm seeing, I would imagine your presentation is probably a little more than 4 minutes, so if we could just pause on that for a moment here, we'll do the flag grazing and reconvene probably around that 10:15 mark, if that is okay. So with that, we will adjourn for, I guess not adjourn, we will just recess until about 10:15. Thank you. Councillor Carlson, before we do, I'm sorry, is there a question that you had?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We can do it afterwards. I was just a question on some of the narrative provided by the city treasurer. But if you want to wait, we can wait, or I can ask it now.
We've got a few minutes here right now.
Sure. If you don't mind,
Sure.
through you to the city treasurer. Mr. Matthews, you did talk about the 3.77 that is base pressure to maintain current levels of service. And then I think you talked about a 2.3 new initiative pressure as well. 2 years ago, as you talked about, Council of the Day tried to keep taxes as low as possible for folks during the pandemic, and we achieved 0.00. Would it not also be safe to say that some of these 2.3s that we'll be discussing are basically a return to pre-pandemic levels of service. So it's not just maintaining what we did, because we cut back. If you recall, we did a 5 to 10% reduction across the corporation exercise. And so when I see the 3.77, that's to maintain a reduced level of service from 2018, 2019. Am I correct in that?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson, you are correct in that. So what we're talking about on the 3.7 is maintain the existing service at the 2022 levels on it. So that is correct. So the service levels that were adjusted, that were not adjusted back by council subsequently, I guess it's fair to say, are not included within that piece. Now, in regards to some of the items coming forward, you will see in the fee-for-service areas, there is some of the one-time amounts from last time that are now coming back as other requests. So there is that piece, I think would be fair to say. But the rest of it is based on 2022, which would have taken into account, I think what you're referring to, the reduction that was done in November of 2020 for 21 and 22's budget.
Thank you, because when we undertook that exercise to give folks a break on their property taxes, council immediately started getting calls about the reduced levels of service. So a lot of this 2.3 that we're discussing is in reaction to community requests saying, why aren't our parks being mowed? Why isn't this happening? And so is that fair to say that this is kind of a return to the pre-pandemic levels of service?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson, so in regards to some of the initiatives, I think would be fair to say, maybe it's fair to say that on. One would be like, for example, like say LPS. There was decisions that were made inside of that would be included within that initiative.
All right, with that, I invite my colleagues to join here for the Métis flag raising here at 10 o'clock. That's the thing. I haven't watched the second one.
We're the biggest city in that whole thing for medicine has to be.
Medicine Hat was Duke Kent as well, I think. Oh, yeah. So the maximum, and then the communities in between. Parker's bringing forward a resolution.
My son, Owen. You know, Owen.
Yeah,
So Coach Darren, who coaches like the Rams head team and all that,
yeah.
he goes, hey, he says, Ryan, this is just outside. Is Owen free this weekend? I've just been told he's eligible to play in the Bantam Provincial Championship.
Holy crap.
I know, I'm excited. Oh, he's a stud. He's an absolute stud. He's an absolute stud.
Sheesh.
He's starting quarterback. Oh my gosh.
Where did that come from, eh?
But you know what? It's Mandy. Mandy was an athlete in high school. I was an athlete, but Mandy was like grade 12 MVP, like athlete of the year. Yeah. But you should see some of the plays. He's just like, you know what? I gotta show this one play. This is the one play you're gonna absolutely love.
So my nephew is up in
Yeah,
Concord.
he plays
So
with my
he
yeah.
plays with
Yeah, he plays with Owen. Yeah. Where's just a second, Scotty? Watch this. Scotty, tell me. I got Scotty. Just a sec. I got. I'm just going back. Everything I said.
Okay, we're almost 10:15. All right, welcome everybody back. It was just a couple minutes over 10:15. Turn the time over to Mr. Matthews to present the September 2022 operating budget presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll get Mr. Wesson to. Thank you. So Mayor Higgin and members of Economic SBC, included within the agenda package is the preliminary year-end financial projections based on the financial information up to and including September of 2022. Before I start discussion on the operating forecast, I'd like to recognize all the individuals involved in preparing this information. I would like to specifically thank Peyton Van Galen for leading the coordination of this report. I would also like to thank Jennifer Jarrett, Shauna Kennard, Yola Bloomberg, and Mitch Stevenson and their staff for all the various schedules and supporting information needed to build the forecast. I would also like to thank the general managers, office managers, and their staff for the analysis within this report. Next slide. The September 2022 operating forecast provides City Council with the highlights of the 2022 General Fund, Utility Fund, and Reserve Funded operations, and an update on the City's forecasted financial position for the year end of December 31st, 2022. The supporting variance discussion analysis has been prepared in coordination with all the departments. Administration has reviewed the financial records up to September, and based on our review and given all the information provided in this update, administration is pleased to report that overall their operations for the City of Lethbridge are expected to be positive position by the end of the 4-year cycle. I'll go over some of the assumptions in the financial reporting process and what's contained within this report, as well as the amount available for one-time allocations for the based on allocations for the 2023-2026 operating budget. Next slide. So the operating forecast includes the year-end financial projections based on September of 2022, so actuals up to then, with projections to December 31st of 2022. Next slide. The slide summarizes the frequency of annual financial reporting to City Council. Today we are providing the operating forecast from September. Council will receive the 2022 unaudited report in March of 23 and the 2022 annual report in April of 2023. This slide goes over what's included in the forecast. So in Section A, within the executive summary, the first off, we'll get to that in a minute here, but it has a one-time allocations available component. And in Section A includes the forecasted operating budget variance analysis. Section B has the statements and schedules, including the statements of reserves and reserve analysis. And Section C has the capital schedules, or the summary of subdivision surplus and offsite account analysis. Next slide. Some general information about the operating forecast. The forecast is based off the information that departments had up till now, as I mentioned earlier, to September. So the information that came forward to them in October based on the September actuals. Overall, the corporate accounts are forecast to end the year with a positive variance of $5 million. Tax-supported departments, positive variance of 1.280 million. Water, wastewater, and waste processing forecast to end the year at positive variance as well, and with water of 1.7 million. Water revenues had a positive variance of 1.2 million, primarily due to higher than budgeted residential revenues and regional irrigation revenues. Operating expenses are in a positive variance of 490,000. And waste collection had a positive variance of 520,000. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, the executive summary includes the assumptions and highlights of the operating forecast. If you go to page 1 of the executive summary, you'll see that there is $4.46 million available for one-time allocations for Economic Standing Policy Committee's consideration during the budget deliberations. By City Council resolution, 50% of the anticipated general fund surplus from the previous year's budget cycle is available to fund one-time allocations included in the following operating budget. The amount available based on the 2019-22 budget cycle includes the 2019-20 corporate surplus plus the forecasted surplus for 2022. One-time allocations can be allocated from the MRSR to cover one-time expenditures with City Council's approval. The corporate surplus for 2019-22 is estimated to be $16.5 million. A good portion of this is property taxes, general revenues, and employee benefits. It also includes corporate fuel costs and utility costs for tax-supported facilities. It also includes the 2019 to 2022 estimated department surplus of $7.1 million, which is based on the surplus over 4 years, 2020 to 2022, and 2019 was used as part of the funding to achieve a 0% during that period. So overall, that amount is not just for 2022, that's over the 4-year cycle of remaining amounts. Based on these results, we've adjusted the budget going forward. All the surpluses and deficits in the forecast report, if there are of an ongoing nature, have been taken into account in building the draft budget before you for the 23 to 2026 period. Finally, during the 2019 to 2022 period, City Council allocated 7.3 or almost 7.4 million from the MRSR for one-time expenditures. This included 2 million for the Urban Core Incentive Program, 1 million for the Development-Based Incentive or TRIP Program, 1 million for the Airport Incentive Program, 500,000 for the Rent Supplement. This leaves 4.4 million, as I mentioned earlier, for one-time allocations for the 23 to 2026 operating budget. Next slide. And with that, I'll open it up for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matthews. I do have questions. Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Thank you very much, Mr. Matthews, for that presentation. As you were talking about how much is in MRSR, I just want to confirm, we're still using MRSR to backstop snow removal. Is that correct, or have we figured out a new way of funding that?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Croson, no, you are correct. We use the MRSR to backstop the snow reserve.
So while we have that 4 million sitting there, if we have a particularly snowy winter, we should remember that there may be another thing pulling in on that account. Is that correct?
That is correct, yep. So the MRSR looks after any sort of fluctuations that go into that, and over the length of the period, I don't have that number right in front of me, but I know there is a substantial amount that it's funded, the MRSR is funded snow clearing.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
All right, I see no further questions except for one. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Just a question through your worship to Mr. Matthews. In regards to the 50% available, how is that percentage arrived at? Is it arbitrary? Is it based on the Municipal Governments Act? How was that arrived at?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Middleton Hope. So the 50% comes from a council resolution. I believe it was in the early 90s when the council resolution was created. So it is based on the total amount of corporate surpluses plus the remaining rollover of departmental, and then 50% of that value would be the allocation. Now, what you'll see within the executive summary, during the 2019 to 2022 period, however, City Council had already allocated out 7.3 million of those surpluses along this journey as well. It was typically that it hasn't been that large, but going through the last budget cycle, there was a number of things that Council wanted to use the one-time amounts for leading up to today. So that's why you see that the total amount could have been 11.8 million in one-time allocations, and then coming off the 2019 to 2022 amounts that were allocated by City Council previously.
Right, and some of those one-time allocations or initiatives will be coming forward as new initiatives this year?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Middleton Hope, that is correct. There is some of those on the fee-for-service ones. I'm just thinking off the top of my head here that were approved, I believe, as one-time amounts for 21 and 2022. That would be part of the amount that's in new initiatives.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I see no further questions, but I do have a resolution here from Deputy Mayor Parker, September 22 operating forecast. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommends that City Council receive this report as information. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Judge. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Matthews and all the people behind the scenes. As Mr. Matthews stated earlier, there's a lot of stuff that has to occur behind the scenes, not just in the last week, but in the months leading up to today and this week. And Mr. Bradley as well, thank you for your team as well, working with Mr. Matthews. Thank you for putting context to where we are today. It gives us a better understanding of why we are where we are and the issues, and not so much issues, but the challenges that we are facing, but there's some opportunities as well. So I just ask for Council and Finance Committee support.
That question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? Carries. Thank you. Now, regarding the draft operating budget, now we've heard the introduction and the presentation from administration on this, but I do want to ask if there's anybody in the gallery that would like to make a presentation or would like to speak to this. For a second time, is there anyone in the gallery who would like to speak to this? And for a third and final time, is there anyone in the gallery that'd like to speak to the 2023 to 2026 draft operating budget? Seeing none, as an over the whole draft operating budget, I'll turn the time over now to council for questions. Is there any questions? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Dodick.
I guess this is more of a process question, and that's got to do with, okay, so we've got the base operating budget, and if any member of council wanted to reduce it or look at anything specifically, is it fair to say that it's probably makes more sense rather than coming up with an arbitrary number of, say, for example, a reduction, saying I would prefer it was 3.76 versus 3.77. So would it make more sense, at least to assist administration, that if there were any attention to do something like that, that would be better to do it by way of a line item as opposed to a global one? And the reason I ask that is because, in one sense, if you do it as a global reduction, it basically gets administration to pick. Council directing their mind to very specific line items, saying, look, I have some concerns about this, and that's why I'm asking these questions. So from an administration point of view, which would be better? The global reduction attempt, or force council to make it as a line item request?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dodick. So it's probably always best when we're talking about, and I know we've talked a lot about service levels, so if there was something that council wanted to change the service level on, i.e. to reduce, it'd probably best to look at it from a service level component in a certain area or line item kind of idea from that point of view, rather than a global overall. Both can work. I mean, that's if that was the case, but I think the discussion longer term for council would be better served if it was a conscious decision to reduce the service level in a specific area.
Thank you. And my follow-up question is it's basically emphasizing what Councillor Carlson had earlier asked a question on, and it's mainly so a lot of people understand that the base budget really is essentially saying, look, folks, if you want if you want existing level of service to be maintained, this budget is necessary for the various reasons given, including inflation and other matters that have impacted on the city, that some of which are directly under our control and some of which are not. So base budget is maintain existing levels of service for 4 years. That's basically it, isn't it?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dodick, that is correct. So the base budget and the pressures that we've discussed previously, they are to maintain the current level of service based on 2022 levels of service on it. So that's what we, as the general managers and directors looked at their operations and looked at the effects of inflation, that's what was prepared, and that's what resulted in 3.77% on it. To go a little bit further on that, it was brought up on October 18th that there's a number of initiatives that you will see that actually do talk about maintaining service as well inside of there. So I think that was one of the flaws in my opinion, in our budget process, maybe potentially right now, is that a number of them are there because of FTE compared to service level discussions. And so that would be the only qualifier I would say to that.
And the last thing is probably more of a comment than a question, is just to emphasize what the mayor had earlier commented on, that the budget process has been going on for a period of time, so we're not coming into this cold. So none of this is surprising to us in terms of the pressures and things like that, because we've had many, many meetings involving that information provided. So it is something that if anyone were looking at this, they would have to be in on all of the meetings, hear all of the questions and answers given to have a global picture of how we arrived to where we are, at least as far as the base budget is concerned. That is just a comment. Thank you.
And absolutely, Councillor Dodic, I, you know, all of the time that's spent this year and then realizing 1.82% increase here 4 years and then 0.00, we recognize that that's not sustainable, and especially in light of inflation and coming through a pandemic. So thank you very much for that. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just because Councillor Dodic started talking process, I'm wondering if there's a point where council should discuss the process going forward for today and this week of how we're going to address A, the base budget, B, new initiatives, C, any over-the-wall initiatives or revisiting. I just, as someone who's been around the table for some time, I think this is my 5th or 6th budget because we've opened it a couple times. And each one we've approached it with a process slightly differently. And I'm not sure if my colleagues all have an idea of whether we should be discussing base budget first, get that out of the way, then move on to initiatives as they're laid out or in order of importance or in order of size. I just don't know if we had those discussions. And I don't know if we want to do that here in an open meeting or have a brief in-camera discussion on how we're going to approach the day.
Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Just procedurally, I'll speak to that first. This is my first budget with the City of Lethbridge. So Mayor Hagan does have a motion for the base budget. So we would put that on the floor. And before it gets voted on, any amendments to it would be introduced. Now, the amendments would be all the initiatives, the Cs, the Ns, and anything else that comes. Then at the end, when they're all done, we would do the main motion as amended. And that would be the base budget plus any amendments, any initiatives, and that's what you'd vote on in the end. So it keeps the base budget open.
Thank you for that, because I do have a resolution. I do have a couple questions here, but a question I would have is the resolution that I have in front of me is to approve that budget, but then as a whole, it could be looked at again from my understanding your conversation. Okay.
Yes, so we're going to put this on the floor, but we're going to add all the initiatives, or sorry, council's going to debate all the initiatives that they want to. So this is going to be open. We're not voting on this till
Right.
the end. So it'll be this motion as amended at the end.
All right. But now, as I see this, it's to approve the base 2023 to 2026 operating budget, section titled Budget Summary. So it is to approve a base.
But
I
then
see.
we're going to ask, does anybody have any amendments? And
Thank
that's
you.
where the initiatives will start coming into play.
Thank you. Go back to questions. Councillor Midland Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship, and a question to Mr. Matthews. In regards to the 3.77%, does that consider any of the collective agreements that we're in the process of negotiating now, and will that affect the 3.77% going forward?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Milton Hope, so within the 3.77, we budget for collective as forecasted amounts inside of our overall budget. So I think in fairness that, you know, if we want any further details on it, it might be good to go in closed session for that, but just because of negotiation pieces. But I think what you're asking for, does it include the thought for it? Yes, it does.
Thank you.
All right, I see no further questions, and thank you very much, Madam City Clerk, for that explanation of the questions that we've had. Do have a resolution from Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel, 2023 to 2026 operating budget. Be resolved that Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council approve the base 2023 to 2026 operating budget as provided in the section titled Budget Summary. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We've heard over the past year there are increasing pressures on city operations. We've got some initiatives to talk about insofar as maintaining levels of service, and that's what we are here to do. So with that, we'll move on. And with that, we're going to move on to, are there any amendments?
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you. Mayor Hagan, I guess I'm just a little, again, confused about language and process and was hoping we'd have a chance to discuss this because the motion in front of us is to approve the base operating budget. And then we're going to be discussing various initiatives, some of which will go into base, some of them will be one-time funding, and so I'm not sure how we exactly approach those. And maybe it's just the terminology, approve the base 2023-26. Should it be not the operating budget, because it won't all be base? Some will be one-time, some will be, or am I, it's just the language that's throwing me off here? Because, the reason I wanted to discuss process, because in past, we've actually had a vote on this. Approve the base operating budget at 3.77, and then we have a starting point. And then we've moved forward with initiatives that amend the full operating budget. So I'm just not sure how we're approaching this time. Every council likes to do things a little bit differently. As I said, I've got 5 different versions in my brain, so I'm trying to figure it out. But if everyone else is clear as mud, we can move along.
We'll turn on to Mr. Matthews. I think he's could add a little bit to this.
So, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson, so we've done it, I think, a number of different ways over the years on this. The last time we did it, if I remember right, we approved similar to how we have it right now, the motion on the table, and the actual operating budget was approved, the whole package, which included the initiatives as amendments to it, as one package at the end on it. Not saying that council couldn't dive into if they, along the journey, and in fact they did, for police would be an example of that, of adjusting the base, i.e. the base pressure 3.77 component as well too. So you can do it both ways, I think, and I think that I know that the city clerks and us had discussed whether we do it 3.77 right at the front on it, or we leave it open as amendments all the way through. My initial thoughts were, and I'll take the credit or the flack for either way, but was to do it at the end, just because then that allows council to have the motion open the whole way through. So as you're going through on your debate on initiatives, if council so wishes, or members of SPC if so wishes to make a change, they can, and they can bring that forward. And then, of course, at the end, one whole package gets approved as the total amount, and we'll be able to tell you that at the end date.
Okay, thank you, because I guess one of the thoughts I had is in past, we've had, and I think I see it up there, a sort of running tally. And if you haven't approved the base budget, how do you put it in the running tally? In past, we've said base budget, is everyone good, or up and down? And then it goes in there, and then we did the one-time initiatives. We didn't? Okay, then
Okay,
Carlson.
Councillor Dodick has, I think, something to add to this, and then Deputy Mayor.
Okay, so I understand what Councillor Carlson is getting at. What's the problem in putting on the base budget 3.77% as if it's been approved to give us a sort of a running total of all of the initiatives? So you've got the 3.77 up there, and then all of a sudden, as the initiatives are approved, it shows what it would be adding to the base budget. And so, and then the second part is, I have a question. So the city clerk was talking about the amendments. Now, the amendments being the new initiatives. So in the past, or there have been occasions where it's just gone in the way that it appears in the operating budget. So you've got, starting with the council ones, the new initiatives, the ones that are in, and then the fee-for-service ones in that group. Is that how it's been done in the past, or are you suggesting that let's have a free-for-all and start amending, okay, I want to start at N65, or was there going to be more of a process, okay, let's start at number 1 and work our way through it?
The way it's set out in the budget binder is C1, and then to that number and then end. But council has the discretion to change order.
No, I'm fine with that. If that is the way you do it, and that does make sense. Now, there is, and at some point, I will be suggesting that some initiatives be dealt with at a later time, and I'll give the explanation at the appropriate time as to why I believe that to be the case.
And thank you very much, Councillor Dordick, because, you know, there's winners and it was almost like picking winners and losers in past budgets because, okay, we keep looking up at this number. Oh, okay, we're at X%. Well, everything else, sorry. And so I can understand that mentality, and I believe that would be part of your debate, I'm sure, is to that reasoning. So
Exactly.
no, thank you for that, because I have seen that in the past, and I have, unfortunately, haven't been through as many budgets as some of my colleagues, but that has been the case in the past. So thank you for bringing that forward.
Okay, and the
City Treasurer?
Oh, sorry. The final question is, we, all of us have sort of projects that we either support or prepare to debate and entertain. So in the past, and we briefly alluded to this previously, it was that if a particular initiative does not have a sponsor, and I knew that when I did it, if it didn't have a sponsor, I would just introduce it and say, well, you know, I'm not necessarily supporting this, but I'm introducing it and put it on the table. Is that the intention in terms of the process today and the balance of the week? So if no initiative has a sponsor, the mayor just simply introduces and says, here, what do you guys think?
My understanding and in previous conversation that would not be the case, but there is any council member can or any member of SPC can get it onto the table, but is not what I thought this process would be. But
Well, if I choose to, so I don't have to rely on you to introduce something that doesn't have a sponsor, but if I feel it's something that needs a debate, even if I don't support it, I can just say, well, let's, you know, I'll introduce this and let's have a little chat about it. Gotcha. Thank you.
Mr. City Treasurer.
Mr. Mayor, I guess to the overall economics SPC, in regards to the process, yes, that is correct. Like what we were planning on doing was starting with C1 and going all the way to N65, just from an administrative logistical component. However, there's nothing stopping members of SPC to making a motion to bring one forward or delay one. That's totally the process is for you and how Economic SPC wants to handle this budget request. Additionally, too, going back to the actual base budget piece, as we said, we will have the 3.77 on the screen. Our intention is that the motion's there, that is the draft, and we will, you know, amend as going along a piece of it. If council would rather do something different right now, or members of Economic SPC would rather do something different, by all means, we could change that. But that was the process we were planning to do. So it will start off with the 3.77. And as we go through it, as Economic makes decisions along the way, we'll add to that, and you'll see that number starting to change.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. I think it's an important conversation because it kind of gets the rules of engagement here, so we all understand what's going on. And I totally agree with it. But I think it would be valid that every proposal have a signature on it, just because what's going to happen is if something doesn't get a signature on it, we're all going to get phone calls from that organization saying, but at least they know where they stand, because otherwise you kind of, if there's nothing sponsored, it puts them in limbo. They don't know where they are. So I would encourage that, and I'm in the same case as Councillor Dordick says, I'll sign off if someone doesn't want to sign off, just to get it on the table. I like the 3.77 with the keyword being draft. The keyword is draft, it's not approved. And I think we're also sensitive that if there are reduction initiatives, which I think would be a line item versus, because that's the council values to the table, that if there are sensitivities to it, that those would go in camera because it does deal with personnel. But if that was to occur, so if something was to happen, I don't have anything planned for that, but I just, out of respect to the corporation itself. So that's just my 2 bits, but I like the way it's going, 3.7 draft and everything.
Again, and it can go through every initiative and then come back and revisit and change throughout. That's fine. Councillor Carlson? Or do we finish?
Carlton, the doorman. Thank you, Mayor Heigen. I guess just because now we've heard a couple different thoughts that everything will be sponsored, or I'm just wondering, so each initiative as they go along will be at least put on the table to say, here's the new initiative, blah, 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 blah. Do we have any?
Yes, do I have a sponsor for it? Yes, no,
So
absolutely. You'll read it
everything
off.
will see the light of day, so it won't be like we just hid some off to the side. But then the question will be asked, is there anyone wishing to sponsor this one? And if not, then we move along?
That confuses me because I thought you're not introducing it unless you have someone signing off on it. So.
See, and that's why I wanted, I heard
messages.
two different things
Okay,
too,
and
so I'm
and
trying
I've
to-
got two different, I thought I would read it. Next, we have, say, for example, salute our veterans. Do I have a sponsor for this? If I don't have one, now, many of them we do have, as we had went over the weekend, and we had many people say that they wanted to sponsor different resolutions. But I can still, and I will do that, just bring it forward. Do I have a sponsor for X, Y, Z? And if I hear none, then at that time it stops. But it sounds like either Councillor Dodick or Deputy Mayor, or any of us, I guess, for that matter, to get it on the table at that time. So, okay, that's fine for everyone? All right. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Just to the motion, Councillor Parker indicated draft. So does the language of that, of the motion need to be amended? Because we've talked about base budget, we're also talking about draft base budget.
So this is a motion that will be on the floor. It's not going to be voted on until the very end. So when it does get voted on, it won't be draft. So I suggest the wording would be what you want it to be when you adopt it, which
Okay.
wouldn't be draft at that time.
Thank you.
So with the resolution that I have for, we are not moving on with this because it does not have.
No, we are.
We are with this one here.
He just asked if should we put draft.
Oh, right. Gotcha. All right. So motion is on the floor, up for debate. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel? Move into amendment. We are already.
We're not debating till the end.
We're not debating to the end. So amendments to this. We just do it now, we'd be done.
Just do it now and just add it all in there. Let's see what we can.
All right, so with that, now that it is on the table, gotcha. I was half confused there, my apologies. So we'll now move to requested initiatives, starting with the Cs, which is council requested initiatives, and then the Ns. So administration boards and commissions, community groups for grants and fee for service. So start off with C1 from Councillor Campbell. Salute our veterans. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include Initiative C1, Salute Our Veterans, to install up to 294 banners at various locations with funding allocated as below. MRSR one-time funding from 2023, 22,000, 2024, 22,000, 2025, 22,000, and 2026, 22,000. And I'll open up for questions. Councillor Croson. Oh, wait a minute.
Actually, that counselor should open and present,
sorry.
because there hasn't been any presentations on these yet.
All right,
Thank
it has not been. So Councillor Campbell to open.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is something that we probably should have done a number of years ago, that we are saluting our veterans program. That's a great opportunity to celebrate, educate, and acknowledge the sacrifices that our service personnel, both past and present, have made so that we can live in peace and enjoy the freedoms we have today. And money comes from the MRSR. It's not from taxation. It's something that I think we need to do, and I would ask for my colleagues' support.
I'll now open it up for questions. Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Thank you, Councillor Campbell, for bringing this forward. I do have a couple of questions about this. So these would be used in November, but we would have the banners, or not necessarily the banners, but the material to put these up. Would other groups be allowed to use these throughout the year?
Yes, that's correct. Mr. Jewell, I believe, is online there. He could add anything further.
Mr. Jewell, you are muted if you're trying to speak. There you go.
Sorry, I was just trying to get in online. I don't believe they're intended to be reused. This is the purchase of brackets and I think the Legion was going to buy the flags. So this is for the brackets to place the flags onto the poles. Yes, they can be reused by other groups, but I think we were just going to store them in our facility for the intended use for the Legion, and the funding also puts up the flags as well. So if the Legion wants to rent them out to other groups, they definitely have that prerogative.
Okay, because I do wonder if we're setting a precedent, just as with other things in the past, people wanting to paint intersections, etc. If one group moves forward. So you're saying that we're buying these, but we are giving them to the Legion, or will they be under the ownership of the city?
I believe the banner brackets would be under our ownership. This is to purchase the brackets, I believe, and the flags are being purchased by the Legion. I may stand corrected on what this funding is for, if it's for the brackets or if it's for the flags themselves. So somebody else may have to comment on if this is for the flags.
Mr. Mayor, I'm looking at Mr. Sanchez too, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's exactly my understanding. I was in infrastructure when these discussions started, so the brackets could remain with the city and could be used for other purposes if needed, but the flags and the piece particular to the veterans, that would remain with the Veterans Association for their purposes. So.
Okay. So then I'll just make a comment then that if we pass this, and I would support this, but just make sure that we understand we may be setting a precedent that other groups might be coming forward. And so as much as everybody loves policy, at some point we might need a policy about the use of these. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Any further questions, Mr. City Manager?
If I could just clarify, Mr. Mayor, should other groups wish to come forward, just to be clear, they would have to. If they were looking at using those, it would be at their cost for their banners, and they would have to work with the city depending on the size and configuration of the banners and all of that. So it would be at their expense. It's just that the brackets are there for use, but the expense would be at the cost of the association that may come forward at a future date.
And these would come to I would imagine, an SPC in the future. If there's an organization that would like to come forward and use those brackets, that would go through the same process. Is that what was done for the veterans when they came in for their presentation? Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct.
Right. Thank you. With that, I see no further questions, so Councillor Campbell.
Well, I do think this is just a real positive reinforcement of our history, of our past, and honoring of veterans, and I would ask for my colleagues' support. I guess call the question unless there's any other debate.
Is there any debate? I too will support this. Thank you very much for having this brought forward. I think it's a great initiative, and I am fully supportive of this. So with that, question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. That's one of a block of 733. No, I'm just Next, I would like to have turn the time over now to Councillor Palladino regarding the fire hydrant water drinking fountains. If there's anything that you want to present on that prior to reading the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this is a one-time allocation for an initiative that came out of probably the hottest summer we've had for a long time, installing 3 or 4 water drinking fountains in our parks. Other municipalities have done it, and if it's successful, we would probably expand it in the future, but I would ask the committee's support on this.
All right. I'll forward and read the resolution and ask for any questions. The fire hydrant water drinking fountains, be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include Initiative C2, fire hydrant water drinking fountains, to supply and to install water bottle filling stations at Galt Gardens, Henderson Lake Park, Nicholas Sharon Park, and Legacy Park, with funding allocated as follows. MRSR one-time funding in 2023, 15,000. 2024, 2025, and 2026 are $0. So open for questions. Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Councillor Palladino, or perhaps City Manager, is there any ongoing maintenance? Have we heard from any other communities? Is there a cost beyond just purchasing these?
I can probably answer that question. At this point, what we're proposing here is 5 locations. We have identified 4 here. We are going to do this on a pilot basis. We don't believe maintenance costs will be significant, but the main idea is to test this in the locations that have been identified in the new initiatives sheet. And after that, we will come back to council and report. But again, maintenance cost is very minimal on this based on the conversations we had with other cities that have already implemented this type of initiative.
Okay. And is this seasonal? I know Councillor Palladino was speaking about summer. Do these only work in summer? Once it gets cold, are they no longer accessible?
That is correct.
I will try to answer it. I guess because there's probably the fear of frost in the winter months because the water comes to the, from the sewer, from the water main, sorry, to the surface. You don't want it from the sewer. Wrong pipe.
What are you giving people?
My bad. So yeah, you would have to turn these things off and on in the summer months.
So that leads to my final question. Is there any technology that does provide water similarly in winter that administration is aware of, or is that something that we could look into further in the future?
I'm not aware of any.
At this point, again, based on the conversations of those that are doing this for a few years now, there is not an easy solution to do that. You will need to actually enclose the area, winterize, and do the investment will be very significant, and still there will be issues with that. So that's why we're proposing to do this like others have done in the past during the summertime. And then eventually, if in the future there is new technology that can allow to do this, we will explore that.
And again, sorry, I said final question, but not quite. When will we get a report back on this, possibly?
So the intent is to have this, if approved by City Council, or we are planning to install this during the next spring season, and we will be able to report by the end of the year with how did it work after the first season through Civic Works SPC to Council.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Councillor Croson. To Mr. Sanchez, if I could, through the City Manager, this just may be a rhetorical question, but I will ask. The fire hydrant water is potable water, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you very much. With that, I see no further questions, so I'll turn the time over for opening. Councillor Palladino. Question has been called. I do not see any further debate, so with that, all in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you. Next, I have a resolution from Councillor Carlson regarding spring cleanup program. Did you want to introduce this first before reading the resolution, Councillor Carlson?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. This one may need some work. I thought in our discussions last week, I had said that there may have been a discrepancy. I had originally asked for funding for one spring cleanup during each term, so once every each 4 years. And so perhaps we can just amend C3, I think it is, yep, the budget seat, that rather than showing a 915, 933, 952, et cetera, showing 240, is it 242 or I can't read my own writing, 242.75 in each year, so that by year 2026, there is the full funding for the 971,141. To accomplish one spring cleanup.
I'll read.
A 242.75, 242,075.
Right. With that, we'll read the resolution and ask the questions, if that's okay. So be it resolved that Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include Initiative C3 Spring Cleanup Program to reinstate the Spring Cleanup Program once per budget cycle with funding allocated as follows. And this is what is on here, but I understand is going to be changed, or there may be an amendment. Utility charges 2023 is 0, 2024 is 0, 2025 is 0, 2026 is 971, 141.
Either way works. I guess I was thinking if he funded it in quarters each year, then by the end you have enough funding in place for one.
And Mr. City Treasurer,
I don't know.
hearing the question, is there a preference on that?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson, in this regard, I think it'd be fine to do it over the 4 years, spread like this, just for the sense that it gives the option, unless I'm looking at Mr. Sanchez to see if he has any words of wisdom there. But I think the amount may be a little bit different from the point of view that if you wanted to spread it, you probably want to take the 2026 number and spread that, divide by 4, and so the number would actually be 242,785.
Very close.
Very close.
If I can add a little bit here, the original intent, how we read this resolution was to do this one event every year, and this is 25 days that it goes through, right? That's how we do the spring cleanup. That's why that number was set up there. So we could go ahead and split that number like Mr. Matthews explained before over the 4 years. I will have a word of caution here. When we do this, the issue might be that people might think that because we did it in year 4, then year 5 is going to come back, so we have the same issue. Or if we do it in year 2, then year 3, people will assume, well, I can do the same thing I did before. So this could generate additional pressure over the budget for years after the event. So again, we will need to manage this very well. Communications will be key, but it's doable.
Thank you.
All right. So just to confirm again, this is per budget cycle as what is highlighted. So this is every 4 years this would happen.
If the amendment that we have on the screen right now passes, that's correct. It will be once every 4 years, so one time per budget cycle. It could be year 1, year 2, 3, or 4, but it's going to be 1 year that we will do this type of event.
Million every 4 years. Okay, they're close to. Councillor Parker, or Deputy Mayor Parker?
Thank you very much. And my question is to the mover, just so I have some, and it could be in the debate. It could be. So I'm just trying to understand the logic here, because I remember when we did get out of this, we went to large item pickup, where people had an opportunity once or if not twice a year to have like 255 kilograms. So if you had an old fridge, you could call the city, within a week they would come pick it up. And then we also offered free Saturday pickup. So would this be above and beyond, or would one of those programs be removed if we did this on that annual basis, on that yearly basis?
I hadn't thank you, Deputy Mayor. I hadn't contemplated removing any of those services. This was above and beyond.
And that's correct. That's how we have presented this initiative. If Council remember, Councillor Parker is correct. LAS was introduced back in that time in 2008 in order to provide residents with that opportunity twice a year to dispose of items. And on top of that, Free Saturday is every Saturday residents have the opportunity to dispose of up to 250 kilograms at the landfill for free. So those two programs were implemented in order to mitigate the elimination of the spring cleanup, which was very difficult at the time because, again, it didn't happen during those 25 days, but people were start accumulating the year before for next year. So it was really a nightmare for us to manage.
Thank you. And my second question, and I appreciate both answers from both individuals. My concern, I remember the issue we had in the community. In theory, spring cleanup was always a good idea so long as people didn't put their garbage out 3 months before. And what would happen, and correct me if I'm wrong, is if people knew spring cleanup was coming and it happened in their area in May, well, whatever they couldn't sell at a garage sale, whatever, everything ended up in their back alley and it ended up being a big mess and all that. Do we have any way, or is that still another possible risk to the city, Mr. Sanchez?
At this point, that's a possible risk. It's something, again, we will try, if this is approved, to communicate and to engage as much as we can, but that wouldn't prevent people from putting the items in the alley before that happens. Again, what could happen as well, another risk, is that this is going to impose an additional risk in our enforcement, because then we have staff that goes around and asks residents to remove items from the lanes based on the current program that we have today, and they have a time frame. And if they don't, then we will need to enforce again, send somebody else and do the cleanup for them and charge them back. That's the current practices, but it could be difficult, no doubt.
Perfect. And my last question, and thank you to the mover. I remember people loved the spring cleanup, and then when we removed it, the next year, especially the first year after, everyone was, what happened to spring cleanup? Like, I have my stuff already and all that. Do you believe that maybe people, not to use trained, but they now know that we don't have that and there is that expectation? Are you getting this, are you getting people calling you about this? Just so I have some better understanding.
Thank you. It just, folks do remember the program fondly. It was a once a year opportunity. I'm proposing a once every 4 years because I know when we canceled the program, it was because the costs were growing out of hand. I think it was originally like $180,000 a year, and by the time we pulled the plug, it was over $500,000. So it's basically just an opportunity for council to consider an add-on service for the community, but it's just here for consideration.
Thank you. Thank you for explaining. Thanks for the answers.
Councillor Dodek.
Well, this is a big difference from the sheet that I have, which shows it at $900,000 a year. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. You're saying once every 4 years?
Yes, Councillor. It was.
So citizens have to keep track and say, well, this is the year that we have this spring cleanup, but not this year.
Yes.
Does that not cause you any concern?
No.
Thanks.
All right. On that, I see no further questions, so Councillor Carlson to open debate.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. This was just something in conversation with some members of our community who were talking about the deterioration they've seen in our alleyways since we canceled the spring cleanup program. It is good to hear Mr. Sanchez say that we do have staff that goes around and sort of maybe lets people know when they've put stuff out, because people do put stuff out in the alley constantly. And the community was asking, can we not explore the old spring cleanup program to at least get the alleys, it may not have to be annually, but at least once every couple of years, go through and clean them all out again. Because some of our alleyways have gotten a bit poorly maintained, I'll put it that way. So I thought I'd bring this forward for council's discussion. I've heard the discussion loud and clear, and I'll call for the vote.
All right, I do have debate. Councillor Dodek.
But is there a point?
I cannot support this resolution. We do have mechanisms in place if we want to enforce unsightly premises bylaws, but I think when I saw the initial new initiative, which was 915,000 increasing to 971 every year, I knew that I couldn't support that. But even though the cost has gone down, I certainly can't support a spring cleanup that occurs once every 4 years. It creates expectations, and in my view, it would just create a sort of a morass for people. So I will not be supporting this.
Deputy Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I think when we did get out of the spring cleanup business, I think there was a huge shock to the city of Lethbridge because they were so used to being able to throw out all their stuff. And quite often people didn't like it because when people, if spring cleanup was supposed to occur in May, stuff would start showing up in February, and it was just a gong show, for lack of a better term. And I think the first year after we stopped it, we did get a lot of pushback because people got used to that. But I think people have now gotten used to not having that. And I think the alley issue is a separate issue that has different ways of policing and regulating. And I also believe that the large item pickup, the more and more people know about it, they have an opportunity to utilize that service, as well as we have the Saturday, free Saturday. And lastly, we do have the private sector that does offer that service, if need be. There are removal companies that if junk or waste does get to a certain extent, people have an opportunity to use a user pay kind of fee system and all that. So I understand and I appreciate what Councillor Carlson is bringing it forward, but for that reason, I will not be supporting it.
All right, with that, I see no further debate. So back to Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. I appreciate the comments. I didn't expect this to take that long. Even I wasn't overly pleased about the price tag that came back, but I wanted to get it out there for discussion and exploration. Call the vote.
Question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That uncarries unanimously.
Actually, Mayor Hagan, I should probably do a roll call.
Should do a roll call on that?
If any more than two, I will do a roll call.
Well, I think everybody, it was unanimous, not in favor, I thought. Oh, sorry, Councillor Croson was in favor. My apologies. Roll call, please, Madam
Oh,
Speaker.
no, I was not in favor.
Oh, yeah, unanimous, not in favor.
Yeah, more than two not in favor, I do have to call the roll.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Okay. Councillor Campbell.
Opposed.
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed.
Councillor Croson.
Opposed.
Councillor Dodick.
Opposed.
Vice Chair Middleton Hope.
Opposed.
Councillor Palladino.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Parker.
Opposed.
And Mayor Higgin.
Opposed. Next, I have a resolution here, C4, Highway 3 Twinning Membership, and I'll actually turn it over to Councillor Palladino for an opening.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. This initiative is to basically extend our membership and fees into the Highway 3 Twinning Society, or Association, sorry. They're a nonprofit group, and they're advocating, and as we should, for the twinning of Highway 3 from Medicine Hat to the Crow's Nest Pass. So I would ask your support on this.
Thank you, and I'll start by reading the resolution. Be resolved that Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include Initiative C4, Highway 3 Twinning Membership for annual membership fees with funding allocated as follows. Through taxation, 2023, 10,000, 2024, 10,000, 2025, 10,000, 2026, 10,000. And we're open for questions. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin, through you to the mover. Because it is the question that's going to be asked in our community. What do our citizens receive for this, as they know that our highway around here is twinned, and this talks about Medicine Hat to Crow's Nest Pass. So what benefits accrue to the citizens of Lethbridge for this?
Great, thank you for the question. The H3TDA strongly believes that in the potential benefits of the completion of the highway for safety reasons, number one. Tourism, there's a lot of traffic to the Crow's Nest Pass. Supply chain movement and economic growth, given that we're the ag hub of the area.
All right. I see no further questions to open debate. I take that as your explanation, as your opening debate, Councillor Palladino, and closing? Yes. All right. With that, question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. Moving on to a resolution from Councillor Croson, Affordable and Social Housing Operating Grant C5.1. Be it resolved, the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include Initiative C5.1 Affordable and Social Housing Operating Grant to add operating grant funds to the Affordable and Social Housing Operating Grant, as well as create a 0.5 FTE positions for 2023 to 2026 with funding allocated as follows. Taxation 2023 $305,000, 2024 $305,000, 2025 $305,000, 2026 $305,000. And for an explanation, if you want an introduction there prior to questions, Councillor Croson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. So this is a continuation of a conversation council has been having since July at the very earliest, when we've been talking about the Rapid Housing Initiative and why Lethbridge did not receive funding in those earlier intakes. And as we've discussed several times at council, part of that is that we're not prepared in Lethbridge. So when the other orders of government are looking where to put money, we're not one of the chosen communities. And a lot of the things that need to be done at city level. So while you see 5.1 is before us right now, 5.1 to 5.5 are all part of that conversation that we've been having. And it's all about better preparing the city as a community to be able to get money from other orders of government and to support housing initiatives in our community.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Open for questions. Councillor Carlson.
Mayor Higgin, through you to the mover, I need to understand this a little bit more. This is 305,000 operating grant. Can you explain how that's going to be, what are those operating dollars for?
So actually, it's $250,000 proposed for the fund, and we have the other to support a permanent part-time or half-time staff. So keep in mind there are two parts to this. So this is designed to actually support community groups. We would have to create this grant if this is approved, and that would be a conversation that council could have about what specifically. But it could be looking to support staffing. It could be looking to support other operational avenues that are needed by community groups in order to have this. And so this is why this grant is being proposed.
But so who would be eligible for this? Like if there's a landlord in town who provides affordable housing for folks, they'd be able to apply for this? Any landlord?
As I noted, the grant has not been created. And so if there are concerns about who the eligibility would be determined when the grant is actually written.
Okay, thank you.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Councillor Crowson, for bringing this forward. Just to tie into that, when the grant is being created, it would come back to an SPC, correct?
Oh, the grant would be created with the full cooperation of our SPCs and council.
Perfect. And then just because we've got 5.1 and then shortly following 5.2, which tie together, you've got a 0.5 FTE in both proposals. Is that like a 0.5 FTE to be shared between 5.1 and 5.2, or would we be looking at 0.5 FTE in 5.1 and then an additional FTE in 5.2?
I will ask the city manager or designate to answer that because that's much more operational about how, if those are approved, we just provide the service funding and then the city manager would determine how precisely that would be hired.
Through the chair, I can take a crack at this one. So depending on which initiatives get passed through the budget process into the base budget would determine on how many FTEs. What we are looking at for the initiative 5.1, that would take about 0.5 of a position to fulfill the needs of that grant and help people go through that grant. Depending on how council finalizes the operating grant. With 5.2, it has another 0.5, and you'll see there's other 0.5s as you go through the rest of the initiatives. So what we would look and see if there is any synergies and savings in there on the FTEs as we go through. But currently, if they were adopted individually, we thought we would put forward the required time for each one.
Thank you.
Councillor Dodek.
Yes, thank you. This resolution, which is clearly a significant amount of taxation money, talks about adding operating grant funds to the already existing grant, and the investment and payoff suggests that the grant would encourage, that means actually would encourage the building of affordable and supportive housing units. What data or evidence do you have that in fact in addition to an already existing grant, would in fact do exactly what it purports, or you're purporting it would do? It seems to me, and maybe there's a second part of the question, would it not be better to come up with a mechanism first and then come to council asking for a top-off of a grant. So what evidence is there that in fact this grant would encourage exactly what you're saying it would encourage?
So 5.1 to 5.5 were actually developed after staff had consultation with CMHC and other organizations who did receive funding to determine why Lethbridge was not being in the funding for these grants. And so these were all developed upon that determination and that conversation. And so this is what the feedback we've received, and this is how these were determined, that these are missing from our community or not sufficient in our community.
But that's not what the background information for the request is. I'm hearing that we're topping off something and that it's going to result in building affordable and supportive housing units, but it doesn't talk about that we need this because we're missing out on getting support from other organizations. So I have a concern about that because that's a significant amount of taxation money.
If you will look to the business case and then under the new initiatives, it is mentioned there, not on this sheet, but under the business case, you'll see the Rapid Housing Initiatives documents that have come forward, and you will recall the conversations we've had under those, and this is how those actually developed. And if you'll recall, it was actually under your changing up one of the resolutions that these have come forward to be part of this budget deliberation.
And my final question is, should we not be relying on the province to be dealing with most of this? Are we not, again, encroaching another lane? To use a Nick Palladino metaphor, maybe we should have a single lane and not be twinning the services that are being suggested by this initiative. So are we not encroaching to the benefit of the province by if we were to adopt this resolution?
If housing isn't a municipal concern, I will look to my 4 colleagues who actually sit on boards of housing organizations to perhaps they should in protest step down from those organizations. I would suggest that housing is very much a municipal concern. Yes, I understand it is the jurisdiction of the province, but if they were doing this to the needs that we have in our community, it would be solved by now. It isn't. And as long as people are unhoused, I would put out there that it is a municipal concern.
All right, Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not sure that this is directed at Councillor Crowson, more likely at Mr. Fox. I guess I'm curious about what would the 0.5 position do in C 5.1 and the 0.5 position for C 5.2. We're looking at $110,000 for effectively one position, which seems to be a substantial amount of funds for an individual. And I've read the business case on this. I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what we would be getting for $110,000 for this position. Plus benefits, I presume, on top of that, so.
Through the chair, I believe the 0.5 positions include the benefits costs in there. But on what you would get out of that is you'd get somebody to manage for 5.1, it would be somebody looking after the operating grant. So this is new territory for the city. If we did go into this, administration has always said that this is in the province's lane. However, it's been batted around for quite some time. About whether or not we do. This first came to light when LHA came for the one-time funding last year, and council awarded the one-time funding. It was about the housing corporations talking about how they are a little deficient in the operating grants and how this would support them to continue operating. So that is where this came from. So it would help look after that grant for 5.1. 5.2 is more about the municipal housing strategy. Currently, it's looked after off the side of the desk, and where council asked us for numbers on how we're making out with the municipal housing strategy and how people are pushing it forward. And currently, we don't have a dedicated staff resource to do that. So that's what that other 0.5 would be doing.
Okay, so is a dedicated staff resource required not a nice to have?
If we did not have somebody to look after the operating grant,
It's a grant.
Correct, but we do have to administer the grant. Would it be a full 0.5 if, when the grant comes forward and council did not want us to help people through the granting process or do regular checkups? That could be a different type of grant that we could administer. So we may be able to cut back on time after the grant is formulated.
Okay, then I guess my last question would be to Councillor Crowson. Is there a way then, Councillor Crowson, to divide this into a personnel-funded position versus housing-funded position or housing-funded resources? I certainly agree with the need for affordable housing. I'm just questioning whether or not it's an effective use of taxpayers' dollars to hire one or two people, part-time or a full-time person, at a cost of $110,000 to administer a grant. Can you help me understand that?
Thank you. Thank you for that, Councillor Middleton Hope. I actually have myself in a note here that in a separate motion or amendment, and I actually think it'd be a separate motion, that I would recommend that Council direct administration to speak with community groups and report back on options whereby the city could create grants programs outlining funding options, eligibility, etc., and then look to see if there are community groups such as the Community Foundation or for different groups, perhaps Sports Council, Tourism, who would actually implement and oversee them. In that manner, the city would have complete control over what those grants support, but we could see if there is another way of implementing them. It would delay, if this is passed, it would delay how quickly we could get things done because there would be another step. But I would suggest that is an important thing for this, for us to look into, to know that we are spending money in the best possible way. It would not be an abrogation of any of our, it would not be an abrogation of any of our work. But it would mean that we are looking at all options.
Thank you. Then, Your Worship, do we need to have further debate in regards to whether this is going to be massaged, or as Councillor Crowson has, I think, suggested, is to send this back to administration to come up with another approach?
Questions you can have to admin or questions to the mover, but yeah, that's Councillor Parker.
From what I heard, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Crowson, that you had something as a backup if something, if this, after this is voted on, depending on what happens here, you have a backup one. Am I correct to say, Councillor Crowson?
Yes, I am suggesting not just for this, but for just grants in particular, that we look at other options, because I know there are some other grants, and there's grants that we have already ongoing. So I would suggest that as a larger motion, just knowing that if that motion was passed and we found good options, that we could already make some savings on this. So just suggesting that we're going through this as partly as a conversation, that there are options to all of these as we move forward.
Mr. City Manager?
Sorry, I'm just, Mr. Mayor, I'm just conferring with staff. We were also referring back to an October 19th meeting. I just sent Ms. Helford a message where the direction from committee at that time was only capital grants. So just trying to work our way through this. If we could have a couple of minutes, please.
Absolutely. Well, we do have break for lunch at 12. Do we want to just come back and continue this conversation? Are we okay to break for lunch a few minutes early? Sure. Why don't we do that and come back to 5.1, C5.1 with the information. So with that, we'll recess until 12:30. All right, let us continue on here, as I know we've got quite the days ahead, so we will get moving along with the resolution C 5.1. I know, Mr. City Manager, you need a little bit of time there, and if I could turn the time over to you for what you had found.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In fact, I will probably turn it right back over to Ms. Hilford, the city clerk, to explain on this one.
Thank you, City Manager Brierley. So we had some time to review, and there was a motion that was adopted by the Economic Standing Policy Committee October 19th, and then by Council on November 8th. And Ryan's going to bring that resolution up, but because that resolution was adopted by Council, it makes this amending resolution out of order. So it states that City Council consider only offering capital grants to affordable and social housing providers.
Now, with this being an operating and that being a capital.
That's right.
Any questions, Councillor Carlson?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I understand the thought behind this, but words matter. And the issue I see there is consider only rather than only consider. If council said that we will only consider capital grants is different than we need to consider only offering capital grants. Just a thought.
Mayor, I was not at the October 19th meeting, but if we go back to that meeting, we have to go back to the intent of that motion that was adopted.
All right, is there any further questions on this then? So Madam City Clerk, with 5.1 then, or sorry, with, yes, this 5.1, is this, to put this on the table again would require 2/3 vote? Is that correct to?
This motion here would have to be reconsidered, and that can only be done by council. We are in committee right now, so the next council meeting is November 29th. It would have to be reconsidered there. And then if it did get reconsidered, then you could put this motion forth.
Okay, and that's at the same meeting where we're looking at bringing the budget forward to be voted on in its entirety. Okay. So C 5.1 then should be?
My advice as clerk is that this motion is out of order. So you
out of order.
That.
All right. Take it as out of order. Then, Councillor Dodick?
I'm just curious, what would happen if we voted on it and it was defeated? Would that not take care of the problem?
And my advice is that this is out of order, and it would be up to the mayor, but because it's out of order, it shouldn't even get voted on.
I move over to City Solicitor. With it being hearing what you have from Councillor Dodick, understanding this is out of order for us to bring this forward, as was heard by Madam City Clerk, bring this forward, which I totally understand. If this was to be entertained today, being out of order, I guess I'm answering my own question. Don't do it. That smile's telling me everything.
I don't think I could add much to the debate other than what Madam Clerk has already advised. She's made that initial ruling, my understanding, and she's already stated that you could confirm or reverse that finding. If I don't know exactly what was in Councillor Dodick's mind when he said solve the problem, so that was my only uncertainty as to what he thought the problem might be.
All right. So with that, I would just have to have this removed then, because it's out of order. Is that what the process would be, Madam City Clerk?
Yeah, it would be, your decision to remove it, and anybody can challenge you on that.
Okay,
because it's out of order.
Being out of order, we'll have C 5.1 removed. Is there any? Struck.
Can we not look at 5.1, 2, and 3?
This is 5.1. Now they're
5, 1, 2, and 3 are all extremely similar. And what would the form of?
Are you, is your mic on? Sorry, I can't.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Just want to make sure that those online can hear you.
So what would a challenge accomplish?
Do not agree, sorry, if you do not agree with what the mayor's ruling was, that this should be out of order, you can challenge him and we'd have a vote. So mayor's ruled and 5.1 is stricken, and then we'd move on to 5.12, sorry, 5.1. Right?
5.1 is stricken, so 5.2 is next. Where at said time you had mentioned that they are very similar.
Right.
At that time there, and 5.3, we may go through that same process, but right now it's 5.1.
So you strike it for procedural reasons, and it goes to where?
Out of order, so it doesn't go on the floor, so it just drops.
Got it.
All right, with that, seeing no challenges. All right, that's struck.
Mr. Mayor, just because we haven't had this before and we're operating on a new procedure bylaw, what would a challenge look like and how would it proceed?
Madam City Clerk.
Challenge or an appeal would be on the mayor's ruling of this. He ruled it out of order as per my advice. And then someone could say, I'd like to challenge the chair. So then we'd have a vote on his ruling. So you need a majority. And if the challenge won, then it would be back on the floor.
Okay, thank you.
And sharpen your sword. All right, with that, we will move along then. Resolution from Councillor Crowson, Municipal Housing Strategy Update 5.2. Be resolved, the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiative C5.2 Municipal Housing Strategy Updates to create a 0.5 FTE position for 2023 to 2026 to support the ongoing implementation of the 2019 to 2025 Municipal Housing Strategy and administration monitoring of the Affordable and Social Housing Capital Grant with funding allocated as follows. Taxation 2023 $55,000, 2024 $55,000, 2025 $55,000, and 2026 $55,000. Councillor Crowson, if you want to give a little bit of an update before questions or presentation of some sort.
As I mentioned under C5.1, 5.1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all part of one. The one that is the big game changer is 5.5, but that is a long-term one. It would take years to actually complete. 5.3 is the next most significant one, the capital grant. 5.2 only moves ahead if 5.3 is approved. So I'd actually recommend that we argue 5.3 first, because 5.2 is moot if 5.3 doesn't pass.
All right, now that this is on the table, we can table this, I suppose, to after 5.3, if it's okay with my colleagues. We skip to 5.3 from what we heard from Councillor Crowson. All right. 5.3, I believe it is to table that until after 5.3. 5.3 on the table, Affordable and Social Housing Capital Grant. Councillor Crowson, be it resolved that Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include Initiative 5.3, Affordable and Social Housing Capital Grant, to provide additional funding to the Affordable and Social Housing Capital Grant Program with funding allocated as below under taxation for 2023 to 2026, $412,500 each year. Councillor Crowson to open that.
Okay. So as I said, all of these initiatives are about housing. Housing, of course, is a basic human right. To quote, the right to housing is a human right that is critical to a person's health, dignity, safety, inclusion, and contribution to their community. Without appropriate housing, it is hard to get or keep a job, have access to health care, have proper sanitation, recover from mental illness, and even get children into school. Adequate housing was recognized as part of the right to an adequate standard of living in Article 25 of the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights and in Article 11.1 of the 1966 International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. There is no doubt that housing is a human right, and properly funding it would actually save money in the long run, in emergency rooms, in reactive programs, and in public safety. This is as much a program about public safety and about the workload of the police and other organizations as it is about housing. If we actually had the appropriate social programs in our community, police could actually focus just on policing rather than having to be our social support network. But what is proper funding? What is necessary housing? Simply a roof over one's head isn't enough. We know that just having a building, there needs to be more to it. And so all of these, as I said, are part of that long term. 5.3 is about putting more money into a capital grant and making sure that we actually have it. As we know from the Rapid Housing Initiative conversations we previously had and are continuing to have, we're not receiving and not getting a lot of these grants for various reasons. Part of that is some of our groups are not coming forward. They're now gun shy to bring projects forward because it's incredibly expensive for not-for-profit. And this is about front-loading and providing those upfront costs as a city through the grant that would then move some of these projects forward. Some of this issue, and we'll be talking more about that under 5.5, is ourselves. When you look at rezoning costs and you look at the initial cost of land and you look at all those issues, if you come before us and we don't rezone something, you have to bring it back again. There's more cost. So some of this money, if the grant is approved, might actually come back to the city because we're looking at creating better programs there. So it's about the pre-development costs and supplementing that and ensuring that we are in a better position to move forward on some of the grants that are available from the province and from the federal government. So that's my opening. Of course, if there are any questions.
Absolutely. There are questions. Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Councillor Carlson.
I think I forgot my question. Mayor Hagan, while that was going, maybe through you to the mover, can you just explain the difference between the revenue decrease of $350,000 and the expenditure increase of 62.5?
I will take a crack at answering that, and then I will look to administration to ensure I'm accurate. But as I said, some of the costs here would actually be going back into the city, so we'd be covering some of our own costs. If we didn't have this grant, that would be revenue to the city directly. Instead, it would actually just be moving between line items on our budget. Right, but so if I'm incorrect on that?
It's sort of the way I understood it, so it's sort of like an in-kind support, correct? Is that...
It is very much. If you know anyone who's tried to work within the city, we're expensive.
Yes, and so I do understand that line, which is the revenue decrease. We'll be losing money from our permit development, et cetera. So we have to fund that through taxation. Oh, the 62.5, what is that?
I will ask the city manager or city treasurer to explain how they came up with those amounts.
Thank you.
One moment.
Sorry. And I guess while that's being discussed, maybe I'll ask through you, Mayor Hagan, to the mover. Was there any thought of doing this as a 4-year pilot and doing this as one-time allocations to see? Because I just, in my brain, I just can't wrap my head around $1.6 million of permit applications, these upfront costs coming through in 4 years. I mean, in my mind, that's a whole lot of permits, and we'd solve, in my mind, we'd solve a whole lot of housing crisis in the country if all those permits were coming to Lethbridge.
This is an up to cost because you're right, we're not absolutely certain about what the uptake will be, and so some of this money may not be spent. If my colleagues are more would prefer that we create this as a pilot program, I have no concern with that because we are moving into a territory that is a little different for how we have normally done things, and so it certainly could be done that. Whether or not it should still come from taxation or another one, I will look to city manager and city treasurer to suggest. As we know, MRSR is not, can run out at some point as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Did I buy enough time for you? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson, In regards to the 62,500, or really in the overall total, this funding is for additional funding for that preliminary work that goes on. Some of it is for the actual safety code permit applications that would be required. That's the 350,000. The rest of it is just a bump up of 62,500 to get the grant amount to a decent level on it. So we are expecting that some of it's related to lost revenues, I guess is the best way to say, on the safety code permits and development, and the other piece is just getting it a little bit higher for other components of costs that we would attribute along this way for this grant.
Thank you for that. And my final question, if I can, Mr. Mayor, and I'm not sure who can answer this, is regarding where the number came from. Is it based on past permits and upfront costs that have come through the city? Is it based on projections? Is it just a nice round figure?
So I can probably try to answer that question. This number came from based on a number of applications, depending on the size of the building application. It could allow for a certain numbers of applications to be approved, and you use this capital funding in order to pay for, as the city solicitor explained before, pre-development cost as part of the building for those houses. On top of that, it was previously mentioned as well, this is up to 412, so it's a first come, first serve. Only if there are applications, they will be considered, and they will receive the funding up to this amount that we have here. If there are no applications that year, of course, the funding is not going to be spent, and it will go back at the end of the cycle to the MRSR.
Okay, and now I've got another question, if I can, Mr. Mayor. This is for pre-development costs. So if these were funded, does that guarantee development? Or could we just have a bunch of people kicking tires and floating?
So my understanding is that one of the major concerns that we have from the development community is that they will need to pay for these pre-development costs before they get the funding. And in order to submit an application, they need to have this in place. There is a risk for them to do this. If they don't do this and they don't get the funding, the building and the project may not move forward. So this is paving the way like other municipalities have done. Edmonton, Calgary, they have done a program like this where they have a grant for them to pre-apply and demonstrate to the province, in this case, that they have the funding and all the work in place in order to move forward. So it's just helping them to set the stage like they have done in other municipalities across the province.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I answer that as well? I appreciate your concern, Councillor Carlson, because if we spend the money and get no housing, what are we spending the money on? But remember, this is also about developing the grant. So how that grant is paid out is a conversation that can be had. Do you give 50% up front, 50% when it goes to development? Those sort of conversations can be had through the grant development.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Dodek.
I have to admit, I'm a little bit confused by some of the answers to some of the questions. So here's my conundrum, as it were, is as with C5.1, the mover had acknowledged that this was provincial jurisdiction, they should be doing it, the province is not doing it, and then we arrive at, therefore we should be doing it. So the same thing applies to this one. So my question is, we're trying to give these potential developers a break on their permitting so that they can actually get the permit then to go to the province to be able to fund the project. So implicit in that is, again, the conclusion that the province is responsible for funding these sorts of programs, and yet we're being asked to fund the pre-requirement, which is the permitting, which to me doesn't make any sense. So if the province is responsible for providing the money to provide this sort of housing, then should the province not also be responsible for covering the cost of the permitting and not have the city, in this case, at least as it's written, $412,000 per year out of taxation, or potentially other funding source, irrespective of which it is, does it not logically follow if the province's jurisdiction is to provide this housing, then by necessary implication, they should be providing the cost of being able to obtain the permits for the housing? I don't know who can answer that question, or maybe it's a.
It may be rhetorical, but I'll take a stab at it. As was noted, other municipalities are moving ahead in this. They see the same concerns we have, but this is actually about municipal barriers before you even get to the provincial and federal grants. So this is about, you get the money from the federal and provincial money, but the barriers are at our level. And that is what this funding is going through. So it is looking at what we can do better. And some of that is funding that is our own issues. It's our own permits, etc. And some of that, yes, is provincial permits as well. But what we're looking at here is actually what's effective. Not so much as what should be done. In a perfect world, yeah, the province should be doing this. Is this being done? No. Other municipalities have figured out a smarter way to do it. Let's be smart too.
Anything to add to that, Mr. Byerly? And
I think Councillor Crowson answered it quite well, Mr. Mayor. But yeah, it's exactly is the provincial, the funding from other orders of government would kick in once there's a bona fide application and development is my understanding. And I think Mr. Matthews has another piece that he can add to it to further my point.
Mr. Mayor, to Economic SPC. So back in I'm just looking through my thing here, back on September 13th, just for council's recollection here, there was actually information coming forward to council in regards to the Rapid Housing Initiative. And one of the points on that, which was point number 5, was directing administration to bring back options to amend policy CC49 Affordable and Social Housing Capital Grant to include consideration for funding support for pre-development expenses. And so this specific initiative is supporting that component, which is the Rapid Housing Initiative, grant funding and so forth that was brought forward towards council at that time.
Thank you. A question I would have, and I know that we tabled 5.2 to go to 5.3. 5.2 was the resource required, the 0.5 FTE. Now, can Mr. City Manager designate, could you explain if this particular resolution 5.3 gets the support required and passes, but 5.2 does not, the 0.5 FTE, what would happen?
Through the chair, I can start, and then if anybody else has something to add, they can. So if 5.3 passes and 5.2 did not pass, it would be an intake of once a year, and that's using our current staffing model. We could do one intake per year and evaluate all the projects at that time.
Instead of an ongoing, if someone comes in August, sorry, you're going to have to wait till January to the intake, or what? So it would be Correct. One time a year if it was not past 5.2, and yet 5.3 was.
Correct.
Okay. In addition, the next question to Mr. City Manager, I chatted before about, I guess for lack of better words, this seed funding. So different organizations that come in, great ideas, but a lot of times there's a dollar figure up front that's required in order to get in the game, if you will, to receive federal government funding, or provincial government for that matter. And a lot of times it's matching funds. So this is nothing to do with this. This is just at our local level. There's no dollars going out as much as it's transferred from a department to another department. Is that correct? Like, we're not giving dollars out to these groups.
Nope, that's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so it's just for permits, et cetera, that will be internal, but that would alleviate some of that. But it doesn't give them the ability to show dollars in order to receive additional funding from federal or provincial grant funding.
Nope. As noted in 5.3, it's to pay for the development of safety codes permit application fees for affordable and social housing projects.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. Just for my own interest, if these grants are available, explain to me who the people are, the developers who would come forward to apply for these grants, and explain to me what their ultimate motivation would be to get the grants in terms of, is this because they have a social conscience, or is this because they're businessmen and they want to have a profitable development?
I'll take a crack at that, and
Yeah,
then
thanks.
administration can certainly answer some. When we look at developer, don't just assume it's private developers. We're talking about social organizations here as well. So it could be anything from YWCA to any other housing groups in Lethbridge, et cetera. So don't assume we're talking just about private developers, but we also understand that those social organizations could be making a partnership with private developers to further enhance their programs and projects. So again, it would be how the grant is developed, but we are looking at community groups here as well as developers.
So you're looking. So you were saying that the why, for example, just why YWCA could come in with a developer to create some kind of a project that would be the betterment of the city.
I'm saying the YWCA could come in on their own. They could come in with a developer. It's the end result of getting this sort of housing done. That would be where the city is working. It's, so they figure out how to do the project. They'd be the ones applying for the grants, et cetera. But I'm saying I can see possibilities in it.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Marigan. Through you to probably Mr. Matthews, I'm guessing, or whoever wants to take a stab at it. What kind of costs are we looking at? What these pre-development costs for permit, fire code, et cetera? What do we? I'm trying to wrap my head around the bang for the buck. Is this one permit? Is this 400 permits? Or are they all different depending on size and scale?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson, I'll start here, and I may need Mr. Sanchez or Ms. Gehring in regards to this. However, what I've seen when I look back at the RH Rapid Housing Initiative information that came forward, it looks like there's things like development fees. There could be advertising costs of $6,500 in range. Could be rezoning fees of $5,500. Area redevelopment plan, restructure plan amendment fees, about $2,750. So there's a number of different ones. Of course, the safety permit code fees, which can be quite high. Those could be like 100. In the briefing here was about 120,000. So it could be all sorts of different things on some of these sites. And if I remember from the conversation in the past, what this was for was trying to lower some of those so they had incentivized or allow those ones to get the application process done to be able to achieve the application to get into areas like Rapid Housing Initiative for the federal.
Thank you for that. And was the intent, because I still I'm not quite sure of where the 412 comes from, the 412.5 comes from. It was the intent to completely cover all those costs. Was the intent to subsidize by 50%? I'm just not sure where the number comes from. I'm not sure how we arrive at this number, and what is the intent of this number?
I can, again, try to answer that one. What we did when we came up with this number was to consider, let's say, a big project. It could be more than 40 units. And that project itself will be approved within this amount and will allow also to have a small to medium size projects. This could be, we're talking here about probably one major program and 10 small developments of 5 houses, 10 houses, whatever the number it may be. But that's how we did this calculation, assuming based on the reality from Lethbridge, based on the conversations from other communities, what will be an average number in order to get to that project. Of course, if we don't get a big development in town and we get several of the small, we could get more than 10 of these severals, but it all will depend on the size of the development. When we did the calculation, was using one big project and several small projects to be included as part of this calculation.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. That gives me an idea of the number of units, but was it to completely subsidize it? so that everything is free, so to speak? Or is it to say, we'll meet you halfway? Here's, you come up with 50%, we'll come up with 50%.
So at this point, the way we look at this was to pay for the pre-development cost fully. So this is
Fully.
for those projects there, if I'm not mistaken here.
Or a proponent could come forward.
That's where it depends.
Everything done, we pay for everything, and nothing proceeds.
That's what it'll depend on how big is the project. If the project is a big project, then it might take up all this amount here. But if we have several small projects, then we could be able to afford those.
I would like to remind my colleague, Councillor Carlson, about the need that we know of from a municipal housing strategy and from the work we've done. We are behind on a great many projects. And the other communities are providing, as I understand correctly, and again, I can be corrected on this, the full amount because of how much of the cost is and how much of a barrier this is.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson. Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to sort of follow up on what Councillor Carlson just asked. Mr. Sanchez, if everything is paid for, all these pre-development costs are paid for upfront, and then the developer or the provider decides not to go ahead with the development, do they pay those costs back to the city, or is that just the city is out that money?
I will try to answer that to the best of my knowledge. My understanding, and again, one of the major factors that will or that preclude developers from moving forward is that there is a risk here. If that project is not approved or does not go ahead, the city will own the risk on this particular project. So that's how I see it. Another way that we could, again, by council approving this, we still need to go back and probably develop the policy. But we could also look at options to limit the fee that we will cover. So in that way, we will limit the liability, but we can always go back internally and look at those options and make sure we try to reduce that liability or risk that we will have.
And to follow up on that, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, right now, the full risk is on our community groups that are often run by volunteer boards of directors who have limited financial resources. They're carrying the risk. This would be about sharing that risk with them. So yes, there would be a greater risk onto the city, but right now, the risk is so high that nothing is getting done.
So, Mr. Sanchez, earlier you had stated, I thought, and I just wanted to confirm this, that they would pay up front, but they would get rebated back those fees, or there's no payment up front at all?
No, these fees will be, again, as explained before, is that they are not getting paid these fees. The fees are a transfer, internal transfer from one department to the other in order to cover the cost for the pre-development costs. So they don't actually get the fees, just the payment of the pre-development costs that will be used for them in order to go back to the province or the federal government and put their application forward to receive funding to continue with that project.
And just to confirm as well, for fairness, I see that someone could come in and use the full amount if they're prepared first, and then it's done for the 4 years, or if council wants to, I guess, obviously extend that. But currently, there's not a cap, as I see on this. So if they came in and they had multiple different permits, that would, under this particular resolution, would clear it. They could move forward with as many until that is used, correct?
I will say that in this case, if council approves this and decide to move forward, administration will go back and draft the policy and the grant conditions in order to move forward. That could entail that we put a cap, as it was mentioned before, and we will come back to council and say this is what we're planning to do in order to inform council and explain what will be the approach for the capital grant that will be proposed.
Question for the mover then. Councillor Crowson, if this, I'm just wondering, cart before horse or not here, that if we were to have administration come back with a plan or recommendations, would that not be the first process rather than give the dollars, then come with a plan what we're going to do with the dollars? I'm just curious on your point of view on that.
Well, it would be, if we're not going to have the money there, having them do the work and then turning them down later is just going to use up staff time in a way that's not very effective. The other thing, we can build into this program that if you come to us and you have a great idea, but it doesn't link to any federal or provincial grant, we can ensure that you're not going to be getting this money, because the whole purpose is to move to development. And so it will be on anyone who comes forward to us to say, this is what we need because it links to this grant. So this is not, something that's going to be a standalone. It will be tied in with what we're seeing, because the whole reason this exists is because we know we're not getting particular grants. So we will link this to those particular grants going, great, show us how this will improve your chance of getting this grant from the feds in the province. This is not just something you get the money because you have a great idea.
Right. No, thank you. Mr. City Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Mr. Sanchez touched on a number of my points, and council's in the unique situation here of trying to have enough information on which to make a decision, but at the same time not going too far to try to design the program. So the intention would be, if this was approved, administration would then take it away and come back and develop the program and the framework for review at SPMC or SPC, and subsequently council approval. So some of the contingent factors here would be that the groups would be responsible to contribute a minimum of 25% of funding on their own, and then the city would contribute the rest. And whether the total envelope, whether it was one small project or one large project and a number of small projects or a bunch of small projects, the other piece that exists is, if all of the funding wasn't used in any given time, that would go back to CSD showing as a surplus, and then later revert to the MRSR. So that the understanding in that if the framework was there and it was all used, that's one thing, and that's where the program and the framework decision-making criteria comes in. But if it wasn't used at any given time, there's the process for where the funding would go. So unless Mr. Matthews or Mr. Fox have anything else to add, I think that provides that we would come back at a later date if this was approved and ensure that council was comfortable with the program and the associated framework.
Thank you, City Man. Oh.
If I can just add one point, is that when we canvassed the groups that are currently applying for the capital grant, they said this is the #1 barrier for them applying. So I just wanted to add that for council's information.
Thank you. Councillor Palladino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with the city trying to encourage developers to come forward and doing what they can to get their approvals for this type of project, but I'm worried about the money. These pre-development costs, do they include architectural and engineering fees that the developer must provide before he applies for his rezoning or his permits? As you know, they can be very expensive. So the question is, are the architectural and engineering drawings included in that?
So you can, again, try to answer that question. It will be depending on the grant application that we put forward. Some of the fees could be pre-work that will be needed in order to do the application fee, but we can actually limit in the grant agreement that we have with them what will be the conditions that will be covered with this. Again, so administration has the capability to decide what will cover and what is included in scope and out of scope, and we will come back through that SPC when we have the program explained and designed.
You're going to avoid, or you're going to try to avoid the guy coming in and saying, I want to take advantage of this grant. I own this property. Give me my permits, or what? Am I eligible? So you have to avoid that, I think. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. A bit of just thoughts first, because it is hard to vote on something you don't exactly know how it's going to roll out. So that's just my first thought. And if we vote on it the way it is, it immediately goes into the tax base, and whether or not it unfolds as it is thought it may unfold, it's in the tax rate already. So it's already been paid for whether it rolls out or not. So that's, I'd be much more comfortable if it was one-time funding on a pilot project basis. It's just sort of tipping my hand to the mover, perhaps. But my question is around directional resolutions, which we have done in the operating budget before. And I'm wondering if this is something that could be a directional resolution, to direct administration to go forth and create the grant and do all the work, and then when it is in fullness presented and either endorsed or not by council, council can then decide to say pull out some dollars or reallocate dollars or one-time funding dollars. I'm wondering if a directional resolution would be appropriate for these things that we're voting on something we don't exactly know. We know there's a problem, but we don't know exactly how we're going to come at it. So I don't know who can answer that, if it's the mover or city manager and his staff.
You've been told by administration, this is the biggest problem coming forward from groups that are looking for it. Yes, we have to fine tune the grant, but to have staff go away and to create the program exactly as you want to see it, will delay a lot of things on this if we do it backwards. We could look at, and I will ask the city treasurer if this is something we can do. If you want to do 2023 out of MRSR or something like that with one-term funding, and then have the others there, because we have to approve the grant, the taxation rate every year, see it going on. I appreciate the concern, how long it took to get DRIP and TRIP and all those other grants approved and through. It does take fine tuning, but we will hold a lot of this up, and this RHI funding is not going to be around much longer. There is another intake coming. We need to be as prepared as possible. So a delay could actually cause us to lose another round of funding.
If I can just follow up on that, Mr. Mayor, to the mover, I guess I wasn't understanding. So if this gets approved, it goes into effect without any criteria, with any grant, with any process? I'm not sure how that works. One way does not delay it anymore. If you have to wait for the grant to be written and the conditions and the criteria, there's no delay there either way. But if you're saying that, no, we approve it and it just starts flowing without any criteria, then I have even more concerns.
No, I did not say that.
Okay.
I said that the thing that's going to hold this back is the money. I mean, right? If staff goes and creates the grant and then this group decides not to put the money forward, staff has spent a lot of time and effort in something that's not going on. If we approve the money, knowing that we will have to approve the grant after we will have it, it will get along faster because the staff will know this is a priority of council. This is something we're going to work on. It's going to get done. So I think that this would be a quicker way of doing it with final approval still coming from council.
Okay, that adds a little clarity. Thank you.
Back to Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. And this to the mover, just for clarification for me, with regards to the Affordable and Social Housing Capital Project grant, is there not funds in that grant for these pre-development permits?
This would, if I remember talking about, this will actually make approval. So there'll have to be approval changes that we will have to do on policy CC 49 because it doesn't cover that right now. And this will also add then to that money. So there are two parts to this. There's increasing the money and there's policy changes that need to come to that grant because at this time that's not eligible.
So under CC 49 right now, those pre-development costs are not eligible. Just for my clarification and understanding.
I can try and answer that. You're correct.
Okay.
It's not. We have a drafted amendment to the policy that would allow for that, and we could bring it back to council in short order.
Thank you.
Councillor Dodek.
Okay, I'm just sort of following up on Councillor Carlson's questions. So right now we have an initiative which is tax supported. We know that it's the provincial lane, we're being told that developers are saying that this is a barrier to them. In the question and answer period, when they were asked about how much of the pre-development costs would be covered, we had a suggestion. One answer was that 100% of the pre-development costs would be covered. Then someone else answered the question, well, we might come back with something that says only 25% might be covered. Then when the question was asked about what do pre-development fees cover, well, the answer to that was, well, we'll come back with that as well. So my question is, based on the information we received, how could we possibly have the taxes increased at the level being asked for when the questions we've asked have been answered in different ways and many questions haven't been answered at all? With the only thing that's really supporting this or really is that social consciousness, having a heart, other municipalities are doing this, and a bare assertion that we are the barrier. How could we possibly approve this? That is my question.
Do forgive me, I did not have a talk with administration about how much the cost. So yes, I thought we would cover 100%. City manager suggests that we cover 75% and ask for the developer to have some money up front. You are correct. We did give you two different answers to that because my understanding was different than the city managers on that. I guess I'm just more generous than the city manager on occasion. What I am saying about this program at this time is we know this is a barrier. We know we have to develop a program. If council wishes to develop the program, have staff do it, and then we don't spend the money and you're ready to waste staff time in doing that, that's an excellent way of moving forward as well. But there needs to be a recognition that when we continue not to get grants, do not look to the organizations, look internally to ourselves.
And on that, city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe Councillor Crowson clarified the one point that I'd suggested the 75 versus 25 for the funding piece. Again, that's at the discretion of council. That would be in the program and the framework that would come back and is ultimately council's decision. As far as eligible fees, it would be things like housing market studies, business plan development, environmental site analysis, geotechnical reports, to Councillor Palladino's comment and so forth. But if council would like, if you need more information, we're happy. Some of the staff have started working on this. One of the staff that's been directly involved, unfortunately, isn't here today. We could come back late this week with the detail on this and provide more fulsome information to council on this if you'd like more information prior to making a decision.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure if this is appropriate, but since we're in committee, the rules are a little more lax, I think. So maybe I'll ask a question to the mover. This has some concern, just because there are many unanswered questions. We could approach this as purely directional. City manager, go away, work on this, bring it back, and we can fund it at a future time. Not right now, not during budget week, in some future time. This is my question to you, Councillor Crowson. Would you have any interest in saying, because I see you're right, you know, if you put the money out there in the first year, it gets staff working on it sooner and people are working towards it. I'm uncomfortable with this coming from taxation because once it's in taxation, it's ongoing forever and ever and ever. And so I'm wondering if you'd at all entertain a one-time funding from the MRSR in the amount of whatever it is. Was it 412? I've lost my 412 in 2023, and the direction that administration work out the details of the grant and bring it back ASAP. I don't know how speedily that can be accomplished, but I'd be more comfortable with this coming a one-time type of a pilot project, and we'll get all of the rules around how this is going to be expended, and then we can evaluate it. If it's having the impact that we want in the community, if it's encouraging people to come forward, or if we need to spend more. So would you have any interest in that, Councillor Crowson, or do you want to move on to the vote and see how she goes?
Sorry. No, part of the reason I'm smiling is that we were working on this outside of this budget process, moving RHI forward, and it was actually an amendment made at a meeting that actually brought this forward to budget. And because we knew that we're working on this, I'm absolutely fine with looking at this for a one-time funding and then seeing things forward, because it was only brought to budget and moved quickly ahead because council requested that it go to budget and be moved quickly ahead. So I'm actually trying to work within the system that my colleagues have suggested that we work within. So doing it as a one-time funding, creating the program, piloting it, and moving ahead will work, as long as council is very well aware that we may then have to, like we do with capital projects quite often, open this at some point and look to see if we do want to continue funding it further on.
Thank you.
Thank you. And to the mover then, so if this was from one-time funding and council was to do this amendment and move forward, my understanding that if 5.2 again, just hypothetically, is not passed, that we'd have one intake for this one-time funding in the year. And I don't know if it's yourself, the mover, or to our admin. I'm just wondering what, because I know
that's operational.
Yeah, well,
that's operational. City manager should better answer that. It is my understanding that if we did it one time, we would not need 5.2, but I don't want to make an operational decision for the city manager.
Through the chair, I think if we went with one time in 5.3, again, then it would only have staff time to do it the once a year capability. So again, part of 5.2 does fill in the staff time for being allowed. So if that would be, if it was only a one-time funding for 5.2, then it would be a term position and we would try and fill it.
And currently, the funding that we have that is, you had mentioned, Mr. Fox, that does not include some of these pre-construction fees, the permitting, et cetera. If this was a one-time funding, and could I find out what is currently in that pot, I guess, Mr. Matthews, in the which one is that? CC 49?
Mr. Mayor, actually, it's to Mr. Mayor, actually. I'm just not used to, through to yourself there. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Fox, but what this would look at here is the capital funding, which would be part of the CIP project of affordable housing money for the capital, which is $5 million. I don't believe we've allocated, and I'm just looking in the background to make sure that I'm not saying something wrong, we haven't allocated anything out of that pot as of yet.
As for the operating side for...
No, this would be the capital component of CC 49. So actually the dollars for doing a project and so forth versus the amount that we're talking about here, which is that pre-planning work component. So there's
if we were to adjust that CC 49 to include what we're discussing here today, I'm just wondering if that could not be something to look at by council, because if we've got those dollars in there, why could we not? And I mean, hypothetically speak, we wouldn't need what we're doing here now. We have a fund for that, and we could adjust that accordingly. Could you help me understand why we couldn't do that?
Back to Mr. Mayor and Economic SBC. In regards to that, there's no reason council couldn't do that. That would just take away some of the capital dollars that are out in the community that's there. Some of these projects could be fairly substantial for affordable housing capital work. So that would just the only caution I would say there is that you're going to be using the capital dollars you've set aside for that. But keeping in mind that these are also theoretically the application work for those very projects, and of course getting that seed money, or not seed money, but actually getting the approval for grants that would actually match against that money as well.
And would just move it along quicker for sure. Okay. I did have another question, but can't recall what that was. So with that, I'll go back. I see there's no further questions. So for debate, Councillor Crowson.
One of the things we talk about a lot is public engagement, hearing from our community. What are your concerns? What are your needs? And this is one of the big ones. And yes, there are various ways we could achieve this. So if there are amendments that we can bring forward, definitely. But we know that this is a major issue. We know we are not getting these grants. We know that our community groups have become very risk adverse because of this. They are putting money out. These are, not-for-profit community organizations who do not have much money at the best of times. And if they are having to pay this upfront cost before they can even see if they can get a grant, of course, this is one of the reasons we're not getting housing projects. If it's the will of council to redevelop this into a pilot program for 1 year to see how it goes and to prove whether or not it's effective, I am completely behind that. But we have to do something. As we know, insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. At this moment, we and our entire community are banging our heads against the wall. It would be nice if we stopped, and this is one of the ways that we can move forward.
Thank you for the opening. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to propose an amendment if that's an appropriate time to do so.
Certainly.
I'd like to propose that we change it to funding allocated as follows, and remove all the funding in 2024, 25, 26, because that could come later, and change taxation to one-time allocation from MRSR. So funding in 2023 of $412,500 be approved as one-time funding from the MRSR. And further, be it resolved that the city manager be directed to create, amend, fix, I don't know, CC 49, I'm not sure what the terminology would be, to allow for these type of pre-development funds to be applicable. And then further be it resolved that City Council receive a report back on the, what's the word I'm looking for? The benefits? The
efficacy of the program.
I love efficacy of the program. Thank you.
Right, we will give some time there for clerk's team to get that up on. And while that's coming up, is there any questions on the resolution as you've heard is amended and not quite yet up on the screen, but I think you've heard from Councillor Carlson. Are there any questions you have for the amendment prior to voting on the amendment? Deputy Mayor Parker. Oh, yours is on the actual original? Okay, just give a minute there for that to come up. Let's keep it on. All right, we will move along here then. We do have, and thank you to administration, thank you to Ryan over there for putting this together, and Madam City Clerk. We do have the amendment here, and it should be up on the screen here shortly, that from Councillor Carlson, be it resolved that the main motion be amended as follows. Remove the funding from 2024, 2025, and 2026, and change the funding source from taxation to a one-time funding allocation from MRSR. And number 2, add a second operative clause as follows. Further be resolved that Council direct the City Manager to amend Council Policy CC49, Affordable and Social Housing Capital Project Grant, to allow for the pre-development cost and for pre-development costs and report back on the efficacy of the program. Do we have it in there? Costs and to report back on the efficacy of the program. Yes. And I'll open up for questions. I think Councillor Deputy Mayor Parker, you're in just for the main? Okay. Original. Is there any questions on
I have a quick question.
Okay.
The way this reads, the city manager is going to amend this and create this program without actually bringing it back to any SPC. Is that how the person who created the amendment wants it to read? You're giving carte blanche to the city manager just to amend it, or do you want him to amend and bring recommended changes back to SPC?
I would always assume they would come back to SPC because they would have to be approved by council. He can make the amendments, but until council approves their own policy, you can amend all you want, but until we approve it, it's not. So that was my assumption.
Council policy.
We own that policy, so, but the direction was to make the changes as we had been discussing here, or possible changes, and bring it back probably through committee, I would assume, and then to council for their final approval. But I just didn't want to put all those words in there.
I just wanted clarification.
And just maybe to our city solicitor, that seeing a city council policy that would have to come back anyways to council, correct? Yes. Okay. Thank you. All right. With that amendment, I see no questions, and so open debate.
I guess I'm proposing this as to the mover. I wasn't sure if it could be accepted as friendly or not, or if we do need to vote on it. But I think my intent is to get the policy amended and through as quickly as possible, but to already have at least 1 year of funds in place should council say, yes, let's proceed with this. My reasoning for changing it to MRSR is because if you put it in taxation, it's there. But if we put it through the MRSR and council should choose not to amend the policy and not to move forward, then the funds have not already been charged to the taxpayer and they can go back into the MRSR. So this is one-time funding, and I'm hopeful that council will approve this, move forward, and look at how the policy changes are working so that council could make a decision on future years of funding.
I'll add to that too, Councillor Carlson, and thank you for that. There's too much in this for myself to believe that would be a friendly, so I think we'll vote on it separately. It changes too much, so we will vote on it separately, and I don't know if anybody else has any more debate with, this is just the amendment. Does anyone have anything on the amendment? I do see a couple in here, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Dodic. Is this on the amendment or on the actual? Okay, on the amendment, go ahead, Councillor Dodic.
Same reasons that I would have and will, if this doesn't pass, vote against the initiative as initially presented. I will not be supporting this amendment.
All right. With that, I see no further debate. In closing,
please support it.
All right, and so this is for the amendment, not on the full, but on the amended part of the resolution. All in favor? Opposed? We will do a roll call on that. Madam City Clerk?
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Croson.
In favor.
Councillor Dodic.
Opposed.
Vice Chair Middleton Hope.
Opposed.
Councillor Palladino.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Opposed. Oh, sorry. I'm so used to the order this way. Sorry, my apologies.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Sorry.
I'm going to change that and go with in favor, please.
Deputy Mayor Parker,
Opposed.
Mayor
My
Higgin,
apologies.
Opposed?
and Councillor Campbell.
Favor.
That's 4 to 5, and it's lost.
Right. So we'll go back to the original resolution as not amended. And I will read this one more time just to, it's just up on the screen there. You recall, it was 3-4 hours ago. And we will start with C 5.3 again, as you'll see on the screen, my colleagues. And we'll open up, first of all, I'll entertain any further questions on this. Seeing none, open debate. Councillor Crowson.
Well, based on how the amendment went, I'm pretty sure I know how this goes. But the next time community groups come in front of us and tell us they're not getting grants, remember that the barrier is us. The barrier is the fact that our pre-development costs are stopping them from moving forward. It's stopping them from getting federal and provincial money into our community. They are now risk adverse. They have reached out to us and they have said, this is where we need help. This is what we need more than anything else. And I strongly hope my colleagues will support this. Hey, it's cheaper than removing encampments each year. So I will call the question unless there's more debate.
There are more debate. Councillor Dodick.
It's hard for me to debate against such passion, but without getting too long-winded about it, we just can't keep encroaching on a lane that is held by someone else, and that's the province. I know we want to help the folks that this resolution targets, but every time we wade in, we think we're going in ankle deep, but we get in deeper and deeper, and before you know it, we're swimming in it. I'm sorry, I cannot support this.
All right, I see no further debate. So with that, in closing, Councillor Crowson?
Yes, I will talk a little bit more about jurisdiction. I realize this is going into a new direction, and this council will go back to, we need to do advocacy. We can write all the letters we want. If we do not do what other communities are doing, the ones that are going to keep getting the grants are going to keep getting the grants. We are going to see these issues continue and continue. I hope my colleagues have the backbone to support this, and I will call the question.
All right. I will leave it at that. So a question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? We'll do a roll call, Madam City Clerk.
We should, thank you. Councillor Crowson?
In favor.
Councillor Dodick?
Opposed?
Vice Chair Middleton Hope?
With conviction, opposed.
Councillor Palladino?
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel?
Opposed.
Mayor Parker?
Got my order correctly? Opposed.
Mayor Higgin?
Opposed.
Councillor Campbell?
Opposed.
And Councillor Carlson?
In favor.
7, that's lost.
All right, we'll move on. Actually, we'll go back to 5.2 that was tabled. And I know that this does not, I guess we'll still have to vote on it. 5.2, I know that it's in light of what's happened with 5.3, but we'll still go through it. 5.2, be it resolved, the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiative 5.2, a municipal housing strategy updates to create a 0.5 FTE position for 2023 to 2026 to support the ongoing implementation of the 2019 to 2025 municipal housing strategy and the administration monitoring of the affordable and social housing capital grant with funding allocated as follows for 2023 to 2026, $55,000 coming from taxation. Councillor Crowson.
Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right. All right. Next, I have a resolution from Councillor Crowson, Development Project Coordinator, Concierge and Housing Initiative Land Banking, C5.4. Be resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include Initiative C5.4, Development Project Coordinator, Concierge and Housing Initiative Land Banking to provide the following. Number 1, 0.5 permanent FTE to support the development processes for social service projects such as shelters, community care campuses, resource centers, and affordable and social housing projects, and 2.5 permanent FTE to explore the action land banking opportunities for social service projects such as shelters, community care campuses, resource centers, fire halls, and affordable and social housing projects with funding allocated from the following. 2023, 91,200, 2024, 112,500, 2025, 116,100, 2026, 119,900 from taxation. And Councillor Crowson, if you want to start with an explanation.
So we already do land banking. We do it for industrial land. We do it for residential land. This would be extending that to do it for affordable and social housing as well, so that if any group could ever actually get money to move forward on a project, we would have the land available for them to move forward on that, and that they could then look at purchasing, but it would be available. That is the second part of this. The first part of this is having the staff resources there to help these groups move through our complex systems, to make sure that there is staffing available to show them how to work on the permitting, to work on the processes that the city has. And this is essentially what we're looking at here.
Thank you. I'll open it up for questions. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you. More of a statement. I certainly support this largely because Councillor Crowson, do you see this as aligned with a red tape reduction function within the corporation?
Actually, your red tape reduction would have been would be more 5.5 and some of the others. This would be helping them to access through. So we're not actually red tape reducing. We're figuring out how to get you through our red tape.
Okay, perhaps a matter of semantics, but I see that it's collateral.
Councillor Carlson.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor Hagan. I don't have a copy of this, so I was trying to read it from afar, and I need binocular vision instead of my glasses. Is this all ongoing forever and ever work through you, Mr. Mayor, to either the mover or city manager? When I was trying to work my way through this, I thought some of it is work that needs to be done for a time and then would fall away. So try and help me, because I understand the concierge part may be an ongoing forever and ever, but there may be parts of this that could be a contract position for a year. And not a forever position. And I don't know if the mover or administration can help me out there.
I see that as more of an operational question, so I'll ask the city manager or designate to take the first attempt at answering your question.
I can tackle that one through the mayor to Councillor Carlson. Yes, absolutely, the concierge piece, regardless of the complexity of our systems. These are complex projects, and this is complex work that has a strategic element to it. We actually, just for council's information, there is someone doing this work right now. I was just cut off. Somebody didn't like what I was saying. This work will continue in the complexity of the systems, regardless of whether there's reduction in some of the red tape or not. These are complex projects. So that piece would be ongoing. As it relates to the land banking piece, once again, that's a strategy component. And the strategy on how the city looks at our land, regardless of the reason that we're land banking, ought to be an ongoing element that we consider in future city plans. So I would say in both cases, they're ongoing.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. The other question I would have is this type of work, like the concierge type position, we've had it for larger economic, I'll say, ventures. Is it very specialized knowledge, or could this concierge type position be a concierge regardless of whether it's the social side of things or the economic benefit side of things, or the both, because I shouldn't say that the twain never meets. So,
yes, thank you, and through the chair to Councillor Carlson, I would say that absolutely the larger the project, the more complexity involved in it. But sometimes it's as much work required to support agencies who are coming forward to navigate the systems because they are simply too small or they don't have that expertise. So in some cases, a small project will require just as much assistance as a large project may.
but this person could also assist in different areas, not just the social type, is it social services or housing? They could provide concierge service to other projects as well. Is this?
That would be correct.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Green is not, oh, there, I'm on. It keeps coming on and off. I think I'm cutting you off. Mr. Green comes on. The screen's doing some weird things here, but hopefully it doesn't continue here. Moving on to Deputy Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much, and I think I may have heard the answer. So if this wasn't approved, you still have someone who's helping and facilitating doing this on staff, am I correct?
Through the chair, Councillor Parker, we would continue to do the best we can with the resources we have.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Dodek.
I'm interested in the land banking component of this resolution, because it deals with, on one hand, affordable housing, which which would be basically a permitted use in terms of if you want to build a house, whether it's affordable or not affordable. Oftentimes in the land use bylaw, it just becomes permitted use. But when you're getting into the social service needs, shelters, resource centers, and that sort of thing, that's more, if it's even considered a discretionary use. So what I'm trying to figure out is how do you have land banking in a situation where you can't bank it for a specific purpose, with one of those purposes being something that likely requires a discretionary use assessment. So I just want to sort of have that filled in for me. How does that work?
Through to the chair to Councillor Dodek, I'll tackle this, and if Director Sanchez wants to weigh in, he may have more to offer as well. At the end of the day, this work is, sorry, I just lost my train of thought. Can you ask your question again?
I'll simplify it. I can understand how you could land bank or look into land banking affordable housing, but how can you do that with respect to social service needs, which oftentimes require a discretionary use assessment, which you couldn't bank a priori because you don't have the proper zoning for it. So how do you sort of do that?
Thank you, and through the chair to Councillor Dodek, this position actually has and would continue to assist with looking at where those barriers exist, such as through the land use bylaw. Council would reflect on a recent conversation related to that, and I can assure you that this particular resource has been instrumental in helping assist identify those barriers and then come up with recommendations and strategies on how we might use things like the land use bylaw to ensure that we can, in fact, participate in banking strategies.
Well, that sort of begs the follow-up question is, why could not the, at least the land bank half-time FTE not be subsumed into, for example, C5.5, if that were approved, which deals with looking at land use bylaw amendments? Or is the answer to that because one is one-time allocation, the other one is proposed taxation?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair to Councillor Dodek, currently one of the structural problems is that this is the work that is being done is a grant-funded position. So the resourcing, the funding is not available to move this forward. To your question related to other initiatives such as C5.5, it would be our expectation that, as with all positions, that wherever these skill sets can be used, we would be leveraging them, whether it's specific to the land banking piece, that's the identified need in terms of the initiative in 5.4. But if we could use those to support other initiatives going forward, absolutely, we would be leveraging resources accordingly.
Sorry, my screen is not. There. I see. All right, I see no further questions in the queue. So for debate, Councillor Crowson.
I think from the questions, most people understand what we're looking at here. We are looking at, as I said, extending it, the land banking, and we're extending the concierge service, both of which would be used not only for this particular need, but would also have a wider use. And it is something that would be instrumental to people moving projects forward.
And I do have additional debate. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I will be supporting this amendment. I do believe that my experience with the concierge, these are all amendments apparently to the main motion. So mine was an amendment to the amendment. With the concierge service provided some of our larger economic developments in the city, I think some of our social service projects need the same type of guidance and assistance. I know that we've been applauded for our concierge service throughout the province as being a leader in that, as well as by the folks that have used it. As to the land banking opportunities, I think that is something that council really needs to sort of grapple with. We spend a lot of time talking about land banking opportunities, and I think just the more thoughtful ideas we have and possibilities that are brought to us, the better we can plan for our community's future. So I will be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Acting Mayor.
Thank you very much. I too will be supporting this. We do it for economic development purposes, for business retention, for business recruitment into our city. Why wouldn't we do it for social services projects? And in the absence of having someone who drives our municipal housing strategy ahead, this starts to move some of that ahead and starts building our community for the future. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much. The way I'm coming at this angle is I heard the answer that we do have capacity to do this. I was told right there by administration that it will occur, we'll have someone in place. This is one of those things that fall into the category it'd be nice to have, but we do have this service being delivered, and if need be, we have people there that will fill that void. So when I look at the big budget, like these are the kind of decisions we as a council have to make, and so these are the one things, in a perfect world I'd take them all, but if I had to make a decision yes or no compared to all the projects that I'm seeing brought forward over this next week, this is something I'm going to be voting against, so I will not be supporting it.
I see no further debate. So with that, in closing, Councillor Crowson.
Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Opposed? We need a roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Councillor Dodick.
Opposed?
Vice Chair Middleton Hope.
Opposed.
Palladino.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Parker.
Opposed.
Mayor Hagan.
Opposed.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Crowson.
In favor.
4 to 5, that's lost.
Right. Next resolution from Councillor Crowson, Land Use Bylaw Updates 5.5. Be it resolved, the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include Initiative C 5.5 Land Use Bylaw Update to conduct a review of the Land Use Bylaw requiring a non-permanent 1.5 FTE for 2023, 2024, and 2025 with funding allocated as follows. MRSR one-time allocation from 2023, $355,000, 2024, $455,000, 2025, $355,000, and 2026, $0. Councillor Crowson.
This is the long-term game changer in housing, but note long-term. The other parts that we've turned down were the ones that would have made housing available in the short term. We all know that land use bylaw needs major changes, and this would give us the ability to work on it over the next 3 years and to bring these changes back. There would be involved in this public engagement, there would be a communications plan, and what we're looking at is a 3-year term position in planning. This connects with the work that would need to be done on the municipal development plan, and will give us a much more fulsome and more comprehensive and more up-to-date land use bylaw.
Thank you. Do you have questions, Councillor Carlson?
I think my questions were answered in a bit of the preamble there, but maybe just remind me, when's the last time we did a land use update, land use bylaw? I know I was around for it, so I try to recall when it was.
Well, we always make slight changes to it, but an overall one has been a considerable time, and I'll let administration provide the answer when we did a full comprehensive one.
So again, I can answer this one. Probably the last comprehensive one that we have done is more than 20 years ago. We always do updates, small updates to one district or changes like as needed, but a major upgrade has been more than 20 years.
Councillor Carlson, does that age you, or do you have bad memory?
I've got bad memory. I thought I was on council when we did our last land use bylaw update. I thought we changed the name of it and the number of it, but perhaps
That was the Integrated Community Sustainability Plan, which was paid by the province.
MDP.
Yeah, NDP.
I remember the land use changing as well, because it wasn't that long ago. We changed it from 5,800 to like 69. I can't remember, but I'm old.
We did some renumbering and some updating, but it was not actual changes to the zoning. That was changes to the bylaw itself. What this is looking at is actually getting into our zoning and updating the zoning, which goes far beyond the renumbering that you're remembering.
Yeah, if I can add there, I just checked with Mrs. Guerin, and that's correct. We changed on the bylaw itself, naming and numbers, but there was no changes on the bylaw districts and element and content. We haven't done that for a long time, only on the name of the bylaw, and that there was a change in numbers for the bylaw at that time.
Thank you.
We spent a lot of time just changing a number.
You're right, Councillor Carlson. I have a question for Mr. City Manager or his designate. I see throughout, as we're working, the staff is working through this particular the land use bylaw, there's continual changes, and hence some of them that have come forward to council here some time ago. But is it continual notes are happening throughout this process? If you run into something that you'd think could require some changes or possible changes in the future to bring to council, that's continually ongoing, correct? Now you're talking of more of a complete revamp, Councillor Crowson, correct me if I'm wrong, rather than just as things come up, we adjust accordingly. So sorry, I'm kind of going to Mr. City Manager and then actually to Councillor Crowson, but I guess first, Councillor Crowson, is this a full review from what I'm seeing?
Yes, this is looking at, under our different zones, what zones we have, what would be permitted under those zones, should they be updated? Looking specifically at housing, it's looking at what zones are holding up some of the development. Instead of coming case by case, putting in direct controls when we don't have appropriate zoning, et cetera, this is looking at, let's just fix it.
Thank you. And to Mr. Brierley, so this is something that is ongoing. When you've got a concern or a comment or a suggestion that comes in, that's taken into account, and then we kind of, I guess, on the fly do some of these changes, correct? Currently?
Yes, there's some adjustments on the fly, to use your words, but this would be a more comprehensive approach to the land use bylaw overall.
All right. With that, I do see Councillor Dodick. Question.
Excuse me, I have just two questions. The first one deals with, I see it talks about non-permanent 1.5 FTEs. Anyone looking at this at the budget numbers, sees the number 355,455 and 355. Can I assume that the number does not correspond to the wages and benefits that the 1.5 FTE will receive, and that there's another component to it?
That is correct.
Yes, you can. We have to do communication, we have to do public engagement, we have to do a great deal more than pay 1.5 staff.
Okay. And the second question has to, we've had discussions about this before, and can I assume that this amendment to the budget deals with, or will be looking at putting in zoning, specifically or including permitted uses to avoid NIMBY situations where a developer might want to put a particular project in, but it's a discretionary use, and that requires hearings and that sort of stuff. So to essentially designate land use districts that allow for certain types of developments as a permitted use, and so the public would know in advance when they're looking at that land use bylaw that in fact that is a permitted use. Am I correct in that assumption?
As you'll note, we're working to align it to affordable housing, and that is the biggest part there, is about what is discretionary and what is permitted, and ensuring that affordable housing is, zoning best suits affordable housing, yes.
Mr. Sanchez was nodding his head. He looked like he was chomping at the bit, so did you have an additional comment, Mr. Sanchez?
I was just going to confirm, yes, we're looking at districts and allowing those uses. It's a major review, so you're 100% correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Palladino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do get the reason why you would want to upgrade or at least rewrite the entire land use bylaw every once in a while. I know you do amendments all the time based on applications, so I have no problem with you rewriting the land use bylaw, but I'm confused as to the cost or adding additional staff. What was the answer to Councillor Dodik's question about the dollars matching the number of permanent or non-permanent employees?
Yes, so again, the number presented today in this initiative is not only for the wages component for this initiative. In order to do this, we might need to engage also with a consultant that have done this type of work in other municipalities in the past, and they have the experience and the knowledge to help us to go through all this. This FTE will be dedicated to this portion. As currently, the staff that we have deals with day-to-day operations. For us to have one of the current staff to dedicate to this initiative means that we will need to put on hold another work, or we won't be able to deliver the level of service that we have today. So that's why this initiative is initiatives for up to 3 years. It could be done before that, and also the budget that we have here is considering what we believe is the appropriate cost. But again, this will be all completed using external consultants, a staff that we're going to hire just to be dedicated to this rewrite and to do all the public engagement and all the consultation with the community.
Thank you, and that was what I was going to add. Is it not time, maybe when you're at 1.2 million, is it not time to hire a consultant at this point? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Middleton Ho.
I think our population is only 105,000, not 1.2 million. My question is in regards to, and this could very well be to Mr. Matthews or to perhaps to the mover. I see in the language we're looking at a land use bylaw amendment, which would be legal. We're looking at public engagement, which is communications. We have areas of the corporation that are currently engaged in those functions. This seems to be, at that price, a substantial increase in capacity. I get that perhaps those areas of the corporation, whether it's legal or whether it's communications, are struggling with capacity issues, but this strikes me as a 1.5 FTE addition to an area to look at the land use bylaw and public engagement seems excessive. So perhaps somebody can explain to me why we would be looking at spending that kind of money on services that are currently provided within the corporation.
Public engagement is not only public engagement staff from within the city, it may be renting a facility in the community so that we're out in the public doing public engagement. It may be providing the food for the public engagement. So when you're looking at public engagement broader, we're not talking necessarily just about the in-house city staff, who would definitely be part of it. We're looking at all the aspects of what goes into good public engagement with the community. So think of it in that broader context. And then of course there's also communication and paying for ads if needed, etc. So that is the broader part of public engagement.
If I can add a little bit more into the answer provided by Councillor Carlson. In addition to this, as I mentioned before, there will be requirements for legal staff, and you're 100% right. We do have in-house legal staff that currently does work for the city. But again, this is a complete rewrite of the land use by law, and I will probably defer after to Mr. Lowen to explain from his end. When we did this initiative here, it's based on current capacity. In order to do this rewrite is a major undertaking, and we're talking about 3 years, and we are trying to put the priority on this in order to make it happen. There are so many areas that will need to be changed, but with the current capacity that we have, even on the legal side, we cannot deliver this program. That's why it's presented as it is. And again, I will defer to Mr. Lowen to add on his end for the legal capacity for this project.
I would add to the comments of Mr. Sanchez as follows. The complete rewriting of a land use bylaw is an extensive legal project, in addition to primarily being a planning exercise. The potential impact on the rights of landowners, on future enforceability, on the future quality of life for the residents of the city and the businesses of the city are hard to overstate in a land use bylaw. A challenge for a mid-sized city, one of the challenges for a mid-sized city is we're beginning to approach some of the planning complexities that larger cities such as in Edmonton or Calgary might have, but we certainly don't have the resources to apply to rewriting the land use bylaw to the same degree that they do, though our bylaw needs to be of a similar complexity and take into account similar legal issues. So just for compare, like it's not as simple as going we're 1/10 the size, so it will be 1/10 of the budget. The City of Edmonton has a land use bylaw program going on currently, and I believe that they've got 3 lawyers staffed full-time for the same number of years. This is a very conservative opinion, and I think a lot of it will, from the legal side, depend on having the quality planning staff that we have and quality planning consultants to deliver a product for legal review that isn't in need of much work. But there's a lot of back and forth between legal and planning in these processes to develop it. So it's a 0.5 over the next 3 years. We have 3 full-time lawyers right now. We would have to undergo a significant internal review to determine what other services would have to be impaired for this next budget cycle to accomplish this in-house. While we certainly have the expertise in-house, we just don't have the capacity.
Thank you for that. Then from a strategic priority perspective, where does this fit on the general spectrum?
I would say to that question, you've heard that this has been over 20 years. I would say that it's due, maybe a little past due, quite frankly, in terms of strategic priorities and some of the issues that we continue to trip across and make some amendments and workarounds and so forth. From a best practice perspective, I would say that we're at the time where this is a priority.
And our ability to be able to conduct the necessary strategizing, researching, writing of a new land use bylaw exceeds the capacity that we currently have organizationally?
Yes. To re-answer the question that others have spoken to, everything we're doing today, we need to continue to do while we're doing this work. So this is a new body of work, and trying to do it on the corner of one's desk is just simply not viable.
Okay, thank you.
Respectfully, while the city manager might determine that this is an operational need, it is only us 9 who can decide if it's a strategic need of the city.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much. And I think the reason why we have questions is quite a large amount of money. And But I think it's important that it be stated here that and correct me if I'm wrong, anyone, I don't know who it is, but the land use bylaw is a living, breathing document that is constantly changing and evolving, and it changes all the time based on amendments or recommendations from administration. And I do believe it seems like almost on an annual basis we're adjusting that document. So I don't want people in the community to think that this thing has not been reviewed for 20 years. What I'm hearing is it needs kind of a master overhaul. And I'm almost hearing a cause and effect in that the main thrust of this is because of social housing, affordable housing, some changes in permitting and trying to make things so we don't have the NIMBY issues, as Councillor Dodick was saying. Is that one of the main reasons, or is that just one small part? Because the reason I ask that is, couldn't you be doing that no matter what? Couldn't we be adjusting this land use bylaw even if this wasn't passed for those certain circumstances?
Again, that's one of the reasons why we're doing the bylaw amendment, the land use bylaw amendment, but it's not the only one. There are other items, as it has been mentioned before. There has been a long time since a major overhaul. Situations have changed, different approaches are being in place today, and we need to make sure we go through each one of the districts and apply a lens. And that's where, again, like the city solicitor mentioned before, there are so many implications with this bylaw that we cannot do this from the side of the desk because we can put ourselves into a corner in a situation that we don't want to, or we can put a developer or another member of the community into a situation that will be a problem. So again, there will be changes not only to the affordable housing, shelters, other areas that we want to consider here, but also to the districts in terms of bringing the modernization of the land use bylaw that other communities have been doing for the past few years.
To further add to that, Deputy Mayor Parker, this came up as a conversation under the RHI discussions, but it's much broader than that. So you see it here brought in under the housing because it came forward with that suite, but it is not only about that. That might be the impetus for why it's being brought forward, but it's not going to be the only benefit to us and to the community, and not the only reason it needs change.
Thank you, Emma. Thank you, Councillor Croson and Mr. Sanchez. When we come out of this and we vote on these things, we get phone calls from the community go, it is really going to cost $1.2 million to do that, and I have to be able to defend that in the public. Can you tell me how you got to this number of $1.2 million?
Absolutely. So the way we came up with this number was based on the FTE required in order to be dedicated full-time for this public engagement, hiring a consultant that will help us to do the major rewrite. That's probably one of the biggest components. And on top of that, the legal requirements that we have. As City Solicitor has mentioned before, we have a 0.5, or depending on the needs, we can also hire a legal consultant that will help them to retain this work. When you hire a consultant to do the planning review of the land use bylaw plus a legal firm in order to help you to move forward, the cost escalates pretty quick. And also I want to reinforce what the solicitor mentioned before. This is a very conservative number. The way we approach this number here, it could be way higher than that, and we're trying to do the work as low cost as possible and considering all the implications that we have.
What's the consequence of us voting against this?
I think the city manager explained that a few minutes ago. In order for us to do the changes, something else has to be put aside. The level of service, the capacities that we have from the planning and design point of view and the legal point of view will not allow us to move as fast as we want to. And this project is it's a major project. We will have for sure to go back to the table and review, and we will have difficulties with the level of service that we provide today.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
Mr. City Manager, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Further to that comment, yeah, and to Councillor Croson's point, she's exactly right. What I was speaking to was a recommendation, and this is a decision of council. The example I might give, and to Councillor Parker's comment, yes, there are continual adjustments that go on. So the best comparator I would give is if you have an IT system, for example, is you can continue to do upgrades and enhancements to your IT system, but after a certain point in time, it's time to upgrade to a new system, to do a replacement. That would be the comparator I would use here, is because there are a number of cause and effect things that happen when you do these adjustments along the way, that you get to the point where, okay, it's time to really look at this as a whole and do an overall refresh. So that's really what this is about. And again, decision of council, but after this period of time, we're, I would say, at that stage.
So my last question then, so my question, because my philosophy is always be an expert at listening to the experts. And so you're the expert, and I totally trust you. This is something that we need.
Yeah, I would say that we're absolutely at this stage, maybe even a little bit past it, not severely past it, but you're on the cusp for sure.
Thank you very much.
Question I have is, I've heard a few different times here already from different administrations saying this is very conservative, and so I'm thinking to myself, as much as whether I'm supporting or not supporting this, that the dollars that are there, if I'm listening to what's been told, isn't going to be enough to get the job done. So do we get a, I don't know, way to put this, you're not going to get the biggest bang for your buck if you don't think that this is enough money here and that it's very conservative coming into 2025 with 355 or 455 for 2024. It sounds as, like I heard, many are saying that this is very conservative pricing. So I'm thinking, are we just getting enough to get by with this amount and we're not getting a full revamp? Can you help me understand if what I'm thinking is true?
Thanks for the question. The short answer is no. What we have put here is the bare minimum to do the full review of the land use by law. If you see the numbers, year 2, 2024 has an increase in the request amount. That's because the majority of the work will happen, and that's where we will have the legal help during that year. But we have accounted here being very conservative with the minimum that we need in order to complete the items that we need to complete that we know are due for review before the year 2025, the end of 2025.
And my last question should be then, we see a non-permanent 1.5 FTE. Is this something that is done by other communities, or is this something where a firm would come in, a consultant come in and start to finish do everything? How is this pretty common to still hire inside staff and I guess to be the liaison, I would imagine? Is that right?
Thanks again for the question. That's correct. So we will have one staff that will be dedicated to manage the consultants that we're going to get either from the planning side or the legal side. And this person will be only a term position for the duration of this project. At that time, that won't be there. From the legal side, it could be, again, 1.5 is what we're asking. If we're not able to retain a legal person for a term position with the knowledge that we need, this funding will be allocated fully to a consulting firm that we will engage. So that's the provision that we have here. We're asking for a worst case scenario with the minimum that we need to do, but if we don't get the right person with the right knowledge for that short amount of time, we will engage a consultant that will help us to move this forward.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. I think you sort of alluded to it, just looking at the numbers there and the $100,000 difference between the first year and the third year. Can you explain that? Why you go up 100,000, then you drop it 100,000 after that?
Yes, again, that's a really good question. The main reason why that number is there is because during year 2 is where the majority of the work is going to happen. So that means that either the hours that we're going to be spent on the legal review will be higher on that year. And that's the approach we're taking. Either extending that FTE instead of being a 0.5 year 1, could be a 0.8. So he will spend more time during that year if it's a term position, or if it's a consultant, will be more hours that will be billable in order to achieve what we want to achieve during year 2.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I see no further questions, so I'll ask Councillor Crowson to open debate.
As I've said, this is a huge project. It is something that we haven't done for decades. The MGA has changed in that time. Expectations about zoning has changed in that time. We have pieced this together for 20 years. I imagine when we get in there, we're going to find some of these things aren't even something that you can legally do anymore, and that they desperately need to be changed. I am strongly requesting that my colleagues to support this. It is something that operational and strategic is needed. We need it to make sure not only that it is suitable for affordable housing, but it's suitable just for all of our different land uses moving ahead. And it's time that this gets done.
Councillor Dodick.
Thank you. I will also be supporting this amendment to the budget. And the main reason for it is I agree with the assertion that the land use bylaw needs to have a deep look at it. And the cost certainly is a lot, but I take solace in the fact that what we're dealing with is not an ongoing taxation-supported funding. We're talking about a 3-year window, and although MRSR is taxpayer money, it is a one-time allocation, and we're dealing with employees who are non-permanent for only 3 years of the 4-year budget cycle. So if you want to look at our 4-year budget cycle in increments of 1 year, it doesn't, it seems high, it still is high, but you got to consider that this is something that we really need to have a look at. And I know that at least in my particular case, I want to be able to see that the public, and this is only a component of this, once we have new developable areas, that they know exactly what can and cannot be a permitted use in that particular area. So for many reasons, not all of which I'll go into, I certainly will be supporting this one.
Thank you, Councillor Dodick. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too will be supporting this. I do appreciate my colleagues' questions, because many of them were ones I had too, around the cost and how to justify this. When I heard that it was more than 20 years, which made me feel even older about sitting around the table since this has been done, I know that it probably is necessary. I think it should be a strategic priority of council to get this done, get this modernized and updated. And I appreciate the comments of the work involved and the high level expertise involved. And I hope we can come in for this very conservative budget on this project, but it has my full support.
Councillor Middleton Ho.
Thank you, Your Worship. We're being asked to vote on this in its totality, which includes the land use bylaw amendment and the legal services that we've heard. Our legal services currently lack capacity, so I can accept that. Where I have ongoing concerns is in regards to communications. When we have 10 people in communications here in the city, plus we have an additional 11 people throughout the city to provide for communications adjuncts in a variety of different areas. I have concerns when we include this into the overall cost that we require additional community engagement and we require additional communication. So I can't get beyond that. If it was divided into two pieces or two component parts, I may be able to support the former, but the latter has me at an impasse.
Deputy Mayor Parker.
Thank you very much, and I can appreciate the comments around the table. I kind of look at this like when you're supporting these projects, you're kind of really excited about it, and this is gonna be awesome, this is gonna be such a great outcome. It's kind of like when you're doing something in the house, it's always exciting when you redo the outside, or you paint the house, or this is kind of like, when you have to get new windows. It's not very fun, but you gotta get new windows. It's just one of those things that's not very sexy, but you got to do it. And so my philosophy has always been be an expert at listening to the experts. And if our administration feels that this is something that we can't put on the back burner, is something we needed, I am sensitive to the issue in regards to the communication that, especially with having so many communication people and staff. So I'm hoping that there could be some efficiencies found when they do this, and hopefully that can occur. And I'm looking forward to seeing how much the final project is going to cost, and I know we will be getting that as the process plays itself forward. So for that reason, I will be supporting it.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. But yeah, I will be supporting this amendment. I think of the housing resolutions that came before us, I think this is maybe the most significant because having been at this table for a little while, the number of times that we've come up against rezoning issues and when we're dealing with affordable housing and a lot of these issues get turned aside because of the improper rezoning. This really sets us up so that we can, as it says here, you know, that we can get in alignment with federal housing goals, and can, you know, because we need to approve the municipal housing strategy so we can get some of these community outcomes that we need. So I will be supporting this resolution.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and yes, thank you to my colleagues for all of their questions, because certainly the price tag on this is a bit shocking when you look at it. But really, we are becoming a larger city, and it's time we took a look at some of these bylaws that we have in place. The land use bylaw is particularly important. Given I sat on Subdivision Development and Appeal Board, having an up-to-date land use bylaw is just, it's so important. And I take a look at the things that we're going to save in. So we're going to look at some red tape reduction, process and information requirement improvements, and clearer expectations of customers and residents. We will be saving in the long term on this. And if it's been more than 20 years since we've done this, it really is time that we take a look at this. So I will be supporting this.
Councillor Palladino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm concerned about the dollars when it comes down to it, and the comment that that is a conservative number. I'm sure when we get this done, we'll have the most expensive land use bylaw in Alberta at $1.2 million. But administration is ranked at #1 priority, and I'm all about rewriting a land use bylaw. So I will be supporting this one.
Thank you. I see you're back and you've already debated. Do you have a question, Councillor Milton Hope? Because you've already debated. So you're done. Unless you. All right. I tell you what. When I was looking at this and then reviewed it again, I wasn't prepared to support this. Now, hearing some of the debate around the table, as well as asking Mr. City Manager about and hearing that it's a need and not a want, and Mr. Sanchez as well. I'm a little concerned that it's a very conservative number, so I'm hoping that it stays within budget, but I think we've heard that is the minimum we can do to get the job done, so I can appreciate that. I understand there's a lot of work that needs to be done on the land use bylaw, so although I was not supportive of a $1.2 million land use bylaw, I've heard that it is a priority of our city administration and the importance of it, so I will be supporting it. With that, I'll go back to Councillor Crowson.
After 20 years of patching this, it is time to get a new one in place, and I will call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? All right. So 8-1. And we will take a 10-minute break. I'll say 5 minutes because then it'll be 15 anyway. Okay, so we'll be at 3 o'clock, back at 3 o'clock. All right, we will continue 3 minutes early to continue on here. C6 is up next, my colleagues. Parking fines, Councillor Middleton Hope. Be resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include Initiative C6, parking fines, to increase the fee for on-street parking fines from $25 to $50 with funding allocated as follows. Off-street parking reserve would be $160,000 a year from 2023 to 2026, and MRSR, and this is a credit to off-street parking reserve and a credit to MRSR of 2023 to 2026 of $90,000 through MRSR as well. So again, not an expense, but a credit. We don't see much of these things come forward. So with that, for an explanation, I can turn the time over to Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. And this is actually, I'm trying to get my documents together here. That's the way we refer to it in this council chamber. So what this does, and this is in tandem with more than one initiative, but it basically recognizes that regulatory services is overburdened, and as I've indicated in previous business motions that have been approved by this council, it impacts things like business licensing, animal control, parking violations, the unsightly premises, utilizing the provincial scan unit and working collaboratively with them, the snow bylaw and the Weed Act enforcement. And at the end of the day, what this
point of order, I think you're on the wrong one. Isn't
No,
this
I'm not.
parking fines?
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Okay.
You're working in.
Yeah, I'll get into it. Okay. That was a preamble. At the end of the day, parking fines are a portion of providing for areas of the regulatory services. So the parking fines, which we currently, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Matthews, we currently have some of the lowest parking fines in the province of Alberta. This is an opportunity to generate additional revenue from a service that you can either opt in or opt out of. And at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is we're trying to enhance regulatory services by providing a revenue stream from increased parking revenue, parking fine revenue. Okay, did that hit it, Councillor Crowson?
I'm okay now.
Okay.
It's the preamble. All right.
You bet.
To set it up. Thank you, Councillor Middleton Hope. We are open for questions, and I see. Whoa. Well then, Councillor Palladino.
Mayor, I'm going to ask you, John. Yeah, you haven't educated me yet. What is a scan unit again?
Yeah, the scan unit deals with dilapidated houses, drug houses, abandoned residences that are being used for criminal purposes. An example of that is the 4 residences that are on the corner of 13th Street and 6th Avenue. Regulatory services, the police crime CST unit, crime suppression team, and the provincial scan unit were all actively involved in that. The scan unit is the legislative arm that is run through the Sheriff's Department that actually does the seizures and goes to court for the forfeitures of those properties. But regulatory services is actively involved with that whole process.
That was my question.
Yeah.
We're sending regulatory services staff
Yes,
to drug, gun places and all that.
that's correct, yeah. In addition to the other areas that I talked about. So this is an opportunity to provide funding to this area, to regulatory services.
Thanks.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Just a question on how was it calculated? Is it assuming another 10,000 fines? Just the dollars. How is it calculated how this is going to increase? Is it calculating on the exact same amount of people who currently get a ticket and pay it under a certain amount or forget to pay it? How do we calculate the $250,000 excess? Because in my mind, parking fines are not supposed to be something we use to make a whole lot of money off. They're supposed to be a deterrent for encouraging people to do the right thing rather than a way to find a bunch of money.
So if the question, who are you asking?
I guess, Mr. Sanchez, so are we hoping that by increasing these fines, fewer people will misbehave? Or are we saying, no, the same amount of people are going to misbehave and we're just going to collect a lot more money?
Again, that's a great question. For this particular one, it's a combination of. So again, by having the parking fines go higher, there will be more revenue coming for people that will be compliant. They're not going to take the chance, like Councilor Middleton Hope explained before. They're going to pay for their ticket. And this number here is a combination of additional revenue through parking rates and also the additional revenue for parking fines, because there will be still people that will not pay their tickets, and there will be a fine applied to that number.
Okay, so it is taking into account that people will actually use the meters and pay their actual, what they should be paying to encourage that. Thank you for that. I think I had another question.
Fares versus fines.
Fares. Thank you. Perfect. So I think that might be my only question. Thank you.
Excellent. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I guess this, to the mover, or city manager's designate, does this include increased monitoring? Like, will we be increasing monitoring around this?
The short answer is no. We're going to do the same monitoring that we are doing currently today with the same amount of staff.
And then I trust that there will be a communications piece that will come out around this, advising residents of the new rates?
That is correct.
Councillor Dodick.
I'm just curious, mention was made that other communities have much higher fines. Can you give any examples of the communities and what kind of fines they're looking at in parking?
We actually had this as part of the original motion that was brought before council some weeks ago. We can't compare it necessarily to places like Calgary, which are 2 or 3 times the amount, but that's what we're looking at. So if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Matthews, when we looked at that data, the indication was that certainly of cities of comparable size across the province of Alberta, we were the lowest parking fines, not necessarily fees, but the lowest parking fines of any of the mid-sized municipalities.
I'm also curious, this is quite a significant increase in terms of the fine from $10 to $35 if paid within 7 days. Were other, sort of more incremental or less sharp increases considered, like, for example, leaving it at $25 to $50, but having it, say, for example, a $25 reduction if received within 7 days, or extending the 7 days to 14 days rather than using the exact same time frame? I'm just wondering if any of those were considered.
The only contemplation that I put forward was $15, no reduction. It's a consequence of not paying for your parking. That's it.
But now it's $35 if you don't pay it within 7 days.
Yep.
$50 if you don't pay it within 7 days.
Pay for your parking rather than avoid getting a parking ticket as a result of it.
Oh,
so
okay.
what it's doing is, and it's not penalizing anybody that pays for parking, it's simply penalizing those people that do not pay. And it was predicated on information from a number of business owners and business employees in the downtown core who said, we run the risk. If we don't pay for parking for the day, it's a $7 parking fine. That's it, because they can pay their parking fine in advance by 14 days. They're able to pay their parking fine, as opposed to paying a minimum of $8 to park for 4 hours, or 8 hours rather. So they run the risk. And several of them that I spoke to, young business people in the downtown core, said it pays to not pay for parking.
So final question. So this is business driven. You've heard from business owners that says, look, it would be more conducive to our businesses if people actually realize that there was a penalty to overstaying the parking. And right now, the fines do not act as a deterrent. Is that basically it?
No, I can't say that.
Oh, okay.
I can only say that those people who do not pay for parking say that it is cheaper for them not to pay for parking.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Than to pay the $8 that it would cost them to park for 8 hours downtown. If they get a ticket at $10, they pay $7 for it. If
Gotcha.
they pay it off early.
Thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Just following up on something Councillor Dodick mentioned. Were any numbers run if, and I'm sorry, a bit of an over-the-wall question, I'm sorry, but if the $15 reduction was increased to, say, a $25 reduction, so you're still getting a net gain on the early payers, they're paying a $25 fine rather than what would it have been before, 10. So were numbers run on that, or is it possible to run the numbers on that if the reduction was increased for the early pays, the within 7 days, from 15 to 25? Do we know what that impact would be on the numbers in front of us here?
Thanks for the question. We run the numbers for the scenario that we have here, but I'm sure we could probably ask. I will send an email to my staff and try to get a number for $25 is what you're suggesting to use as an early fee.
That's what I was thinking, because with no change in the $15 reduction, it is quite a steep jump, and I do know that there are frequent flyers who do say it's so much cheaper not to pay for parking downtown, because I get a ticket once every 6 months, and but there are many of those who literally miss it by a minute or 3 minutes, and then drive directly here and pay it. So I'm trying to make a happy balance, or I would like to consider a happy balance.
Yeah, we will work on those numbers and try to provide those for your consideration. Just to go back a little bit to a previous question, when this was presented, the staff did a research within Alberta, Red Deer, Lethbridge, Calgary, Edmonton, and we are even included in this research Kamloops, Regina, Kelowna, and the city of Lethbridge was the lowest when it comes to parking fines. And even with the increase, we're going to be just below average, comparing ourselves with all the other communities. Some communities had a fee as high as $65 with no reduction at all, and others had a fee of $30. And if you pay early, you only pay 20, and if you pay more than 28 days, actually you pay more. So that fee went up to $35. So that was part of the research that was provided while we presented this.
Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Councillor Middleton Hope, have you taken this to Heart of Our City Committee, Downtown VRZ, or any of those organizations involved with the downtown?
I have not.
So we don't know what their feedback would be on this?
No, we do not. We don't know what their feedback would be on raising the fines for illegal parking.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Campbell.
Oh, I was just wondering, does the city control parking fines for the hospital, or is that that's total separate? Yeah. Are those fines any different from what, do we know that? Because I think it's a different jurisdiction, isn't it, the hospital?
That one, I'm not sure. I will need to, I don't know if Mr. Darwin Jewell is online. I don't know if he has the answer for that, but if not, I can try to get that answer from.
And we would control parking fines at the NMAX, right? I would assume.
That's correct.
Okay. Thanks.
And Joel, Chair to the council that asked the question on hospital, we control the parking around the hospital in the on-street parking, and it's under this current parking bylaw. We don't control the private parking. I believe they have a $50 fine as well on parking on private property. They enforce it themselves. We also do handle parking at the university and at the college, and that's why I believe Councillor Carlson asked a question on why we didn't consider changing the reduced rate, because the Lethbridge College and University of Lethbridge use another portion of our bylaw, and they have a $50 fine and a $15 reduction. We're proposing just to make it the same. So if that answers both your questions.
If I can just say thank you, Mr. Jewell, I appreciate that response. I didn't realize that the city of Lethbridge is lagging behind our other institutions in parking fines. So thank you.
Mr. City Treasurer.
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson too, and maybe your answer already got there for Mr. Jewell, but in regards to if we change something, the revenues that are based in this initiative are based on net after, so that would reduce the amounts in coming into the reserves as well too. Just want to clarify that for the, that's right.
So a question I would have is I want to confirm this, being a small business owner myself. I just want to be sure that the price for parking is not changing. It is the fine that would be associated with if you do not park. So I'm thinking, for example, I'm going downtown. I don't want to deter people from parking downtown because the fine is at $50 or $100, whatever that dollar amount is. If they pay the parking, there's no change, correct?
That is 100% correct. Even though we review all the parking rates, at this time it was only decided to move forward with the fine, not the parking rate.
Parking rate is still the same. If you're actually plugging your meter, doing what you're supposed to do when you're downtown, there will be no change. Thank you. Appreciate that. I see no further questions, so Councillor Midland Hope to open debate.
Thank you. I have nothing further to add. I think you've just clarified how important it is to recognize, because it speaks to Councillor Crowson's concerns about engaging a variety of different groups downtown. If we were increasing parking fees, certainly, but this is parking fines, and it's an entirely different kettle of fish. So I leave it at that.
Thank you, and I do have debate. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you. I will be supporting this. Anything that will encourage people to use their cars less and transit more, and to actually help environmentally as well, because anything we can do to make it more difficult to drive cars, I'm all for. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and I too will be supporting this. The only thing I would request specifically is that there are some good communication pieces put around this, because I had the same concern as Mayor Higgin, that the perception of increased fines could also mean the perception of increased cost to parking, and we do not want to discourage people from coming to our downtown core. Thank you very much.
And I will say just what she said. Yes, I agree. Let's make sure the communication point is out there, because yes, we don't want to be associated with increased parking just because of the fine. So with that, I see no further debate. Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Call a question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? It's unanimous. Next, I have a resolution from Councillor Crowson, Fee Assistance Program C7.1. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include Initiative C7.1 Fee Assistance Program to provide for the purchase of transit fare for individuals and families who are a Lethbridge resident and qualify under the low-income status criteria for the city, with funding allocated as follows. From the GST funding, from 2023 to 2026, $200,000 a year. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. We have essentially piloted this over the last year or last few months here when we've been looking at how to provide transit buses to Ukrainians coming to our community and to other refugees, etc. We have our fee assistance program. In the past, it's been only to provide recreation and cultural activities for people, but it makes absolutely no sense that if people can't actually get to jobs, get to rec and culture, get to the grocery store, et cetera, that we wouldn't extend the fee assistance program to covering transit passes, and that is what this is looking at.
Thank you. Mr. City Treasurer, did you have, or did I just not clear you out before?
To Mr. Mayor, I just want to highlight to members of Economic SPC, this is one of the very first initiatives that had an amendment to it. So C7.1 just had updated funding source from taxation to council GST funding.
Not from taxation, removed from taxation, I see. Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Through you, it kind of follows up on City Treasurer's comment. The funding sources are GST rebate. We use that fund for several different initiatives. What is the balance of that account yearly, and how much are we using on a yearly average? How much is left for us to apply to fund things from?
So, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson, so inside of, as of December 31st, 2021, we haven't had the newest update on this yet because we have to run our GST side, but as of last year, the closing balance was 4.2 million. Now, inside of there, we do have, on average, we have GST rebates coming in of roughly about 1.3 to 1.4 million, and we have outflows of approved budget expenditures out of there of about just over, around about $1 million, I guess is probably the best way to say it. So there is a little bit of room on the ongoing, and there is one-time amounts here. So what our suggestion was, when we took a look at this one met a good use for that funding. So many of the things that are inside of here, just for council's recollection, include the Community Capital Grant Program. Annually, it's a $450,000 allocation out of there. There's an allocation for capital asset plan and register that comes out, a strategic building asset management, capital asset management maintenance, and of course, one time before for the Exhibition Park back in 2018. So you can see many of the things are for asset maintenance and also for community. So we felt that this would be an appropriate funding source to use for ongoing for this program.
Thank you for that. Second question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the mover. I just wanted to ask if you're going to have a different background for every initiative. I do love the old Easter egg transit buses behind you there. I hadn't seen them for some time, but I used to ride them with my grandmother for a dime.
I'm not quite that clever to have one for everyone, but I do have a few new ones to share with you, so we'll see.
All right. With that, Councillor Campbell, question?
Just, I'm curious, just the criteria, it says low-income families, but I would imagine there's organizations that know the data. What, just, I mean, and we have refugees coming in, well, we have in the past, but just, can you explain the criteria or that you know of about who gets this?
I'll start and then I'll see if Mr. Fox can add more details. But remember, the fee assistance program is already in place. So all of our community groups are already aware of it. They know how to send people to the city to apply. We already have the limits for what somebody would have to have on low income status to be in there. For the exact detail of what low income is, I will ask Mr. Fox if he can give more details on that.
Through the chair, I'm sorry, I don't have that exact on the top of my mind. I can look into it and report back to council on what the actual criteria is. I can look it up online.
Just, I guess not that crucial. It's obviously being used and properly used. I mean, that would be my biggest concern.
Correct.
It gets abused in some way.
No, correct. If this initiative was to pass, what we would do is we'd update the policy, bring it back to an SBC, so then council can see what all the criteria are and how we were implementing it through.
Great, thank you.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Crowson, for bringing this forward. My question ties into what Councillor Campbell just asked. So, Mr. Fox, when we look at that fee assistance program and updating that policy, would we also include the refugee bus pass application in that? Because right now, well, this, and Councillor Crowson, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is intended to roll the refugee bus pass program into the this proposal. I just want to ensure that we are rolling that refugee bus pass consideration into what we're proposing here.
Sorry, I said I'll be making some assumptions that most people who are coming as a refugee, etc., will be meeting the low income criteria, but that is an assumption. If Mr. Fox has more details on the exact people using the refugee pass, please provide the answer.
Well, and I only ask because on our current application form, it asks for the low-income funding rates. But when the refugees come, particularly from the UK, they're under a different program. So they don't have the same refugee status paperwork that is currently on our website, which is why we had to do a separate application for them on the website.
That's the advantage of this program. It's not based on whether you're a refugee or what category the federal government has you on. It's based on your income status.
So we may lose some of those Ukrainian newcomers through that gap then.
Through the chair, I don't believe we would. It's based off of the income in the last 3 months, and most refugees would meet the criteria. I haven't been made aware of any that weren't meeting the criteria at this point.
Okay, that would just be something that I ask that we keep our eyes on and make sure we're paying attention to, just simply because they have different paperwork issued to them and different requirements coming here. And that was some of the things that I got feedback on when we first implemented the program.
Councillor Dodick? Sorry, Councillor Dodick, Mr. City Manager, what was said here? I just see that I didn't know if you had something to add to what was just said. I see you in the queue.
I was just, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to say, I just, from the website, I sent the fee assistance program link to the city clerk, who can send it out to council. We can certainly read through it for anyone that has any questions on it. It's all laid out on the website there.
Got it. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Dodick, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This question is to Mr. Matthews, and as we all know, the transit is heavily subsidized. I can't remember if it's 75-25 or 80-20, somewhere in that range. But, do you have the exact number?
I believe it was 77. Yep.
77-23? Okay. So the passenger contributes 23 cents on the dollar, and the 77 comes from taxation. Okay, so my question is on GST funding. You already alluded to it, but this GST funding could be used for other projects. So if this $200,000 is taken out of the GST funding, that means that another project that might have been able to access GST funding, and if that funding was gone, that program would then have to use taxation to make up that $200,000.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Question I do have for Mr. City Treasurer, because that did make me think of a question. We did see that there's been a surplus each year, so nothing is being removed as much as there's been a surplus build up over time. Is that correct?
To the mayor. So actually inside of there is annual allocations of $1 million, but there's been roughly about 1.3 to 1.4 million going in. So there is a small surplus every single year that's adding to it. That is one-time money that can be used for different things. As I mentioned, back in 2018, there was a one-time amount that was used for the exhibition out of those funds, but it wouldn't be necessarily ongoing. So similar to what Councillor Dodick mentioned, that the $200,000 would take away some of that ongoing room. You'd still have the one-time funding that council could use.
We have enough currently in there for the 4 years, so the
ongoing, we believe you would have enough to maintain it for long term, yeah.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, Councillor Croson to open debate.
Thank you very much. Sorry, the cat showed up. We are dealing with high rates of poverty in this community, which we well know. We have some of the highest poverty rates in the province. We also know that we're looking right now at about a 4.1% unemployment rate. And some people who might want a job, one of the reasons they can't is actually transportation. They can't get to the job, and so they do not apply for a job. This could help with some of those issues as well. And it can also help with social isolation, get people out of their home, get them out into the community, get them using our rec and culture. So while this looks like it is a transit proposal, it is a proposal about much more. It is about the well-being of our community, and it's about getting people integrated into our community and supporting the low-income residents with access to, in this case, to transit. I know we always talk about how we subsidize transit. If you actually look, and there's some great information coming out of Calgary, and I can share with you if you are interested, we subsidize roads as well. When we build roads, when we look at new developments, there's a subsidy that comes from the community as well. And so when we're looking at things such as transit, it's about what does it provide? This has an amazing ability to support newcomers, to support low-income residents, and to provide a support for our entire community. And I hope my colleagues will support this.
I do have debate. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I will be supporting this. I've been a proud supporter of our fee assistance program since its inception. I think it does wonders for our community, especially those who can't access all the things that our community has to offer. I recall when we built our brand new leisure center, one of the things that council insisted on at that time was that it cannot just be a Taj Mahal for the wealthy who go to. All of our citizens need to be able to access it because we used all of their money to build it. And I think we've done a great thing by implementing the fee assistance program to access our recreational programs and our culture and arts programs as well. One thing I have heard many times over the years is it's great that we can apply for, and my child, my father, my relative can access these programs, but getting there is now difficult. For a family of four to hop on the bus to get over from the south side to the west side where our leisure center is going to be a $20 touch one way and then getting back. So even though we've supported the access to our facilities and our programs, we haven't actually enabled folks to actually get there. So I'm very pleased to support this, and I hope my colleagues will as well.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and I too will be supporting this. It's a great program. Our fee assistance program is a great program. It removes barriers to access, and that is so important in our community, particularly for everyone to feel included in our community. I would just ask that we ensure that this includes our Ukrainian newcomers, recognizing that they are not considered refugees and that they have different paperwork as they're coming in. Thank you.
Councillor Dodick.
Yes, regretfully, I will not be supporting this. I already alluded to my concern with using GST funding that could be used for other things. We're already subsidizing transit 7723. We have anecdotal information by way of debate saying that public transportation is prohibitive and that it's this is to remove barriers for individuals and families. That is a debate, which is a debatable position. I don't see any data that suggests that to be the case. But regretfully, like I said, I can't support this initiative when at least I see no evidence that, in fact, what I consider to be a relatively reasonably cheap transit service is how do I put it? It's transit already is bleeding red ink, and so robbing Peter to pay Paul is not a good way to address it. So I appreciate the thought behind this, but I can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I see no further debate.
Oh, I'd like to close.
Yeah, that's I was just going to say, but in closing.
We know the need is there because, as I said, we basically have piloted this already. We saw with the program that we have done throughout the latter half of 2022 of how many people use this program and have benefited from this program, and the need is not going to go away. There is a need for this for low-income residents to be able to use our transit system so that they can, as I said, get to jobs, get their groceries, and be part of our community life. And I strongly hope my colleagues will support this.
With that, the question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? All right. So that is, I think it's 7-2. Yes. Next, I have another resolution, transit, coming in from a sponsor by Councillor Crowson, Lethbridge Transit Fare Decrease. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include Initiative C7.2, Lethbridge Transit Fare Decrease, to eliminate transit fares for seniors over 65 and youth 18 and under, with funding allocated as follow. From taxation, 2023, $460,000, 2024, $460,000, 2025, $460,000, and 2026, $460,000. Councillor Crowson to introduce.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I'm actually going to request that this be pulled at this point. While I believe that this is a good initiative, there is some information and some data that I need to get from admin that I don't have to fully support this at this time. And so unless any of my colleagues is incredibly upset by it, I'm going to ask for it to be pulled until I can get a better case behind this one.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Is a motion to table to the end of the meeting appropriate, or is it going to be? Or is it
later deliberations? Maybe.
Yeah, later end of the meeting. It could be a 5-day meeting.
Yeah, that's true.
Or was it outside of our budget deliberations, Councillor Crowson?
I would be fine with tabling to the end of the meeting at this point, and if I can get clarification within the next few days, I will. If not, I'll bring another motion forward.
All right, I'll make the motion to table for you then.
All right. Is there any concern with tabling? Do we have to vote on that, Madam City Clerk, or just? Yes. Yes. All right. To table by Councillor Carlson. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. All right. Next, we have a motion that is sponsored by Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel, establishing an Office of Mayor and Council / Staff Reporting Changes. C8, be it resolved, the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include Initiative C-8, establishing an Office of Mayor and Council Staff Reporting Changes, to provide a restructuring of the Mayor and Council Office support staff requiring 2 non-permanent FTEs commencing in 2026, with funding allocated as follows. Taxation from 2023 to 2025 is $0. 2026 is $160,400. And under utilities, fleet, and land overhead charges, 0 for 2023 to 2025, and 2026, $80,600. And to introduce it, Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm actually going to ask that we postpone this until tomorrow morning, since the agenda has not yet been updated online, and since Council just received the amended version of this morning.
All right. Have a motion to have this by Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel, to have it tabled. All in favor?
Mayor Hagan, would that be at 9:30 tomorrow, like first thing tomorrow?
We put this, if we table it, can we bring it back at?
Want to put it to the end of the Cs?
Sure, let's put it to the end of the Cs.
Thank you.
End of the Cs. All right. All in favor? Opposed? That so carries. All right. That was 7. I have another initiative sponsored by Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel, Reconciliation Lethbridge Advisory Committee of City Council, C9. Be it resolved, the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include Initiative C9, Reconciliation Lethbridge Advisory Committee of City Council, to provide funding for the advisory committee with funding allocated as follows. From taxation from 2023 to 2026, $50,000 a year. Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. Reconciliation Lethbridge Advisory Committee is an advisory committee to Lethbridge City Council on issues related to reconciliation. Well, the one-time funding was provided during the last budget cycle, and that was $50,000 a year. This initiative proposes taxation as an ongoing funding source.
Councillor Dodick.
Yeah, what's the 50,000 used for? I'm just curious.
In the last meeting, and I'll have to rely on Councillor Parker to help me out with this a little bit since he attended the last Reconciliation Lethbridge meeting, there was discussion that it assists with the initiatives that Reconciliation undertakes. So the initiatives around Reconciliation Week, those activities, Truth and Reconciliation Day, those activities, National Indigenous Peoples Week, those activities also provides honorariums and some funding sources for elders and entertainers, anybody that comes in to support that. Councillor Parker, was there anything else from that last meeting?
Thank you, and I'm just going through that in my head. I think you hit everything. You said honorariums too, right?
Yeah, honorariums, yeah.
Also, what there was, I think you hit it all. I think you hit it all. And then $50,000 was the amount on an annual basis.
Yeah, it was on that, yeah.
Thank you.
Is there a financial statement somewhere, just to give me an idea where the monies actually are going? Like 50,000, you know, 49,500 honorariums and 500 for bus passes and parking fines? Like, you know, just curious.
There are financial statements, yes. We could pull ones from the last meeting that we had and make those available to council.
I think I did actually ask that at that last meeting if they could, because there was something they were proposing. I said maybe you should have to have a budget with it and all that. So maybe we can just hold off on this one until we.
Yeah, we can table this one and get financials for council.
Table to the end of the seas.
The end of the.
Just put all mine at the end of the seas.
We'll be coming up in a couple seconds at the rate we're going.
All right. The end of the seas. All in favor? Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Opposed? All right. It carries. So we'll move on. That's C9 to C10. We're almost to the end of the seas. No, I'm just kidding. So C10, I have a initiative sponsored by Councillor Carlson, a citywide sponsorship program, C10. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2023 to 2026 operating budget to include initiative C10, citywide sponsorship program to expand the NMAX Center sponsorship program, selling the naming, programming, signage, and event assets throughout the city of Lethbridge, requiring the addition of one non-permanent FDE in 2023 and 2024 with funding allocated as follows. From MRSR in 2023, $63,000, and in 2024, $83,000. And direct administration report back on the success of the program in 2024. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Pleased to bring this forward. It is just a one-time allocation for the next 2 years. I don't want to call it a pilot project, but sort of an expansion of what we currently do in our community. We have had, I don't want to call it ad hoc sponsorship, but the NMAX has been one of our facilities that actually has done an excellent job of generating sponsorships. And then as different facilities appear and sponsorships are out there, we've done it on an ad hoc basis. Approving these first 2 years of funding in the form of, I think it's 83,000. I can't read my screen anymore. My eyes have died. I think it's $83,000 a year. Should be generating, I think, but I can't remember the exact numbers. I think it's between 270 and 300 and some additional dollars projected in sponsorship in our community. And that's why you see the following 2 years as conditional. Because once the success of the program has been looked at and sort of monitored for its ability to generate extra income, it could continue or not. These are non-permanent FTEs from the MRSR. I'd welcome any questions from my colleagues.
I do have a question, Councillor Carlson. 2025 and 2026, as you'd noted, were not in here because, and I'm just wondering if I go back to our parking fine, for example, how it was an increase in revenue. Would this not be offset? Because I'm understanding, and I know I think I asked a similar question when this was first brought forward to us, that this is going to be a net positive, but we're showing this as being an expense. So I would just like to see why we did not, or why it was not brought forward to actually have a positive dollar figure for that 2025, 2026.
And thank you. I'd probably have to turn that over to Mr. Matthews because I believe my notes show that we should be seeing between $170,000 and $280,000 in revenue. And I think it said that those will be allocated to the various departments. And I'm assuming that's if we get a parks sponsorship, the parks budget would see an increase. So maybe it was unclear how we were going to allocate that, but perhaps that answer is forthcoming.
Mr. Mayor, I do see Mr. Galucci's in the audience here too. You might be able to help out a little bit on this one. But one of the reasons why we didn't put that in here, because it is at this state here, what we need to get is the FTE or the position approved to be able to do the work on it. And then on top of it, then the revenue components on it is whether it's anecdotal or you know, like we don't know what it's going to be yet. And so we didn't feel as prudent yet to go into that. But I will see if Mr. Galucci would like to see any other words on that.
Because, and I mean to add to that too, Mr. Galucci, is so we're taking from MRSR to pay for these positions, these non-permanent positions, but the dollars, does the funding go back into MRSR when we actually realize the revenue stream? So.
To answer your question, Mayor, it would not go back to MRSR. The goal is to get the position up and running. It takes some time for sponsorships to develop. They're mainly done through relationship, partnership, and then developing the packages from various departments, and that would take some time too. So the first 2 years is to get it up and going, with it then being fully funded, the position being fully funded by the sponsorship program itself by year 3 and ongoing.
Second question to this, with I see coming from MRSR, yet we're producing dollars, as we know, with our parking. Could that not be a revenue source? And I guess I can maybe turn that to City Manager as designate, Mr. Matthews. Just if this is going to be a cost positive in the future, we're seeing dollars come from our parking revenues that we're trying to create, and I'm struggling with pulling dollars for NMAX out of it kind of operates as its own, and we're pulling from MRSR, but the credits go to the NMAX, and I'm having a hard time with that.
Mr. Mayor, in that regard, I think the reason being what we've chosen for 23 and 24 for the MRSR one time, it just gives us that buffer component. I think the longer term piece, as Mr. Galucci has mentioned, you know, will be covered by the sponsorship, and the revenues of it on the sponsorship side, if it goes back to NMAX, will be meeting NMAX's or City Council's mandate for NMAX to help them reduce the tax supported in the future. So if that makes sense, and maybe Mr. Galucci, if you want to add anything further there on that one.
Yeah, Mr. Matthews is correct, Your Worship. So the idea is that we would generate additional new dollars that would bring down the tax support, and then also help other departments out at the same time. As well, the parking is already embedded into the budget, so our goal is to make sure that the parking is meeting the budgeted goal. The revenues there are meeting the budgeted goal.
Right. Councilor Middleton-Ho?
Yeah, it's just a question, I guess, to Mr. Matthews or to the mover. Year 1 is 63,000, year 2 is 83,000. Is that correct? Or is it, or is there? Is it supposed to be 83,000 in each of the 4 years?
My recollection on this, and once again, I'll turn to Mr. Galucci as well, it's timing for when the position comes into play. But Mr. Galucci, is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Matthews, Councillor. It's just by the time it's approved and the budget's approved, because we can't really do anything ahead of time, and then have that right person up and operating, we wouldn't have that person probably till February, March, because you have to find the right person, make sure it's being developed correctly. We would start some of the initiative, some of the programs that we need to develop right away, so that person can hit the ground running. And then year 2, 2024, would be the full wage for that year.
Do not contemplate any costs associated with identifying and securing this person, creating a process, getting them up to speed, and the initial work that you just talked about? Do you not foresee any costs associated with that, or are they contemplated in the 63,000?
They're contemplated within. It's mostly time, and we would get this person up and going as quickly as we can. There probably is a few other costs, just some office and admin costs, files and that, but the MX Center could easily absorb.
All right, so to be clear then, it's 63,000 you're asking for in the, or proposing in the first year, 83,000 in the second year, and then conditional in year 3 and 4 at 83,000. Okay, got it.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I'm not sure if this has been contemplated or if anyone can answer this, but I think I asked it in committee. Just the context around my question before I ask the question. We have many community groups, organizations that rely on sponsorships, donations, goodwill of our business community. And I'm concerned that us venturing into a bigger citywide sponsorship program may impact them and their ability to generate funds and sponsorships, because we know each organization, each business only has a certain amount of dollars for sponsorships, donations, etc. So what kind of sponsorships are we talking about? Because I have heard some concerns out there that if the city gets big into sponsorship, and I'll just say that when other large institutions, perhaps a hospital foundation, got into fundraising and sponsorships, it impacted community organizations greatly. And even though it reduced the tax reliance from the province on those, or for us to the NMAX, then the other groups will come to us and ask for taxes or to increase taxes to fund them. So what kind of sponsorships are we going after here, and will it impact our community-based organizations negatively?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Carlson, that's a good question. We are targeting naming of buildings, naming of programs. We're also looking at experience-based that are annual or ongoing that could use some support. It could be like a festival type of event. And then we're also looking at parks or park trails that really need additional funding to help support the network and help build quality of life through those programs. So those are our main areas. Now, that doesn't say there's another areas that we would venture into, but that is our core at the moment. As to the question of how does it impact the community, we are looking at a broad area which will encompass larger companies out of Calgary and Edmonton. The other thing I would have to say about that is, even though we'll go to the local community as well, sponsorships typically will fit a certain standard or certain belief of a company that they want to follow. And so they will choose what they'll choose. Like, they'll have their favorites. The college, I don't see us taking anything from them, or the hospital. It would be sponsorships that we're hoping to secure that are new. But I honestly believe that the sponsors that sponsor those people today aren't going to change unless there's a fundamental change in their corporate structure or their corporate approach to different things. So I think it's fair to go out and secure as much as we can.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I hope it gives some comfort that a lot of it's going to be naming facilities and not going after the little festival dollars that people are trying to cobble together. My second question is, pardon me. Actually, I think my question's been answered. I'll move along. Thank you, Marigan.
Mr. City Manager?
I just might help to provide Councillor Carlson some comfort. One of the things is, if this is approved by council, administration would bring back a policy, sponsorship policy that includes a framework, a list of the assets that would be eligible for sponsorship for council review and approval prior to proceeding further. Correct, Mr. Galucci?
That is correct.
Thank you for that, Mr. City Manager. I did remember my second question. Can someone explain to me the conditional part, the 25 and 26, because there's no dollar outlays proposed in that. So who's it conditional on and who makes it conditional?
So to Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson, the reason why it's conditional is because depending on the success of the first 2 years of the work of building the component would then determine whether or not the program continues. And at that point, hopefully it would be fully, this position would be fully covered by sponsorship revenues. And of course, beyond just that in the sponsorship revenues. So I think it's fair to say that the reason why it's conditional at this point on it is that just like Mr. Barley had mentioned about coming back, Mr. Galucci would also come back in regards to the sponsorship program. At that point, council would approve 2025 and 2026. Once again, I'll defer it over to Mr. Galucci if there's anything he wants to add.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. I don't have much to add. That pretty much explains it. Our goal will be to generate as quickly as we can as much revenue to make it a self-sufficient position.
And thank you. And that was just kind of my question is, I don't know why you'd have to come back if council's not approving any dollars.
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Carlson, I think at that point it would be the FTE piece in our current policy, just because if you notice it only has FTE as non-permanent at that period of time. We would look at permanent ones ongoing at that stage.
Thank you.
No further questions, so I'll move to debate. And Councillor Carlson, to open debate. You got nothing? I'm not going to be able to support this at this time, and here's a few different reasons for this. I struggle with the fact that we're pulling funding, and I thought also about possibly doing an update or doing an amendment to this, but pulling from MRSR, but benefits the NMAX Center. And I've also thought all along, if we're taking it over 4 years, it'd be my belief that this is going to cover itself, so why wouldn't it just come from NMAX operations to start? The second part to it is why I just can't support this at this time is some of the comments that came from Councillor Carlson. I know that there's many people out there that may not support the City of Lethbridge, for example, or NMAX, that is part of the City of Lethbridge, but they may do something like a kids' soccer team or Hurricanes. We heard Hurricanes have been in, and they're struggling here with a few of the different, with parking being introduced, etc. So maybe having them going out and doing this being part of this advertising to generate some revenues there. I would dare say that they would bring in more than what would come into a city facility, having a organization that does a lot more within the community as far as working with different groups around and organizations within the city. So for that reason, I like the idea, but I just can't support it at this time. And Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will support the amendment. I think we asked for outside-the-box thinking to see if we can solve some of the taxation issues at the NMAX, and this is a great opportunity. Mr. Galucci alluded to the fact they're looking for big sponsors for big buildings and big parks, and if you find the right person who is a go-getter, who knows the city, or just has that ability to find those sponsorships, especially since we're going for 2 years to see how it works, and after 2 years, perhaps this has been dynamic. So I think we should give it the opportunity to get it started, and hopefully that will really be an important part of this initiative. So yes, I will be supporting.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. I too will be supporting this. The reduction in taxation is not only to support the NMAX, but it is to support our recreation and culture areas. So it is more than just the one area of the corporation with the NMAX. Again, it's 2 years. We see what happens after that. And I'd at least like to see the policy and the assets list come back to council for approval. And at that time, if we find that we're not interested in approving it, we can look at it then. But for now, I will be supporting this.
Thank you. I see no further debate. In closing, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be supporting this initiative. I'm glad about the questions that we had when it came through us at committee. And I think a lot of my comments were answered in a way that I can positively support this. I would like to say that that it isn't to the benefit of the NMAX. And even if it is to the benefit of the NMAX, one has to recall that the NMAX is part of the city, and that's part of the city, the corporation writ large. We have, as Councillor Campbell said, directed the NMAX to wean themselves off from the tax support that is given to the NMAX every year. That's been a direction that council has given. So when we give that direction, and our folks, Mr. Gallucci and his team from the NMAX come back and say, hey, we've got some ideas to reduce the tax support paid to the NMAX, I think it's incumbent on council to say, all right, well, let's give it a kick at the can. There is a small investment up front from the MRSR, and hopefully over the long term that is going to reap rewards by lowering the tax support that we have to, our citizens have to pay to the NMAX every year. So I think this is a very positive move in our community. I believe that we will see a policy come forward to council to ensure that it is meeting the intents, and then we can monitor it over the years and ensure that it is making positive strides in our community. So I do ask for my colleagues' support.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson.
Or, yes, I did have my hand up. What we've seen through the pandemic is some corporations have made record profits. Let's go after some of that money and go with see if we can get some sponsorships. They have money. Lethbridge needs money. Let's go for it.
Deputy Mayor, oh, you're good. All right. With that, I see no further debate. I know that, sorry, it was, it's okay. So with that, question has been called. All in favor? Opposed? Do we have a roll call, Madam City Clerk?
Vice Chair Middleton Hope.
Opposed.
Councillor Palladino.
Favor.
Acting Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
In favor.
Mayor Parker.
Opposed.
Mayor Higgin.
Opposed.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Crowson.
In favor.
Councillor Dodick.
In favor.
Carried 6-3.
Right.
John, do you have a long preamble? Oh, yeah. Okay, good. I'm going to use a washroom break then.
Okay.
There's 5 or 6 of them here, so it's 4 o'clock. You want to start it?
It's been 4 o'clock. Do you want, my colleagues here, it's been a long day so far. Did we want to wrap it up for the day and come in?
Wrap it up.
Tomorrow morning for 11.1?
In case you were asking.
Sure.
Is my mic on?
All right. With that, I'm going to say that we will wrap up for the day, and we will be back here again tomorrow morning at 9:30 to continue with a C11.1. Thank you, everyone, for the attention through the day and for the questions and comments, and to our administration. Thank you.
See you all tomorrow.
See you, Belinda. Thanks.
See you, Belinda.